We're coming to, big drum roll, 7th chapter. Okay, so yes, chapter 6 was astonishing chapter, completely astonishing. Chapter 7 is a little bit less intense. It's like Bhaktivinoda Thakur is reeling us along quite quickly. The same truths are here in the 7th chapter, but it's a little more subdued. It's not quite as intense in one sense. So, chapter 7, entitled Nitya Dharma and Material Existence. Over the ages, countless goldsmiths had lived in the ancient mercantile town of Saptagram on the bank of the Saraswati River. By Sri Nityananda Prabhu's mercy, since the time of Udaran Datta, these merchants had become addicted to Harinam Sankirtan. These merchants, we've said before, were mercantile people, they were goldsmiths. So they were not always popular. And because they had a lot of money and other people wanted that money, etc., so they would lend money and so on like that. And there's a whole history of how they were ostracized by one king. Anyway, the whole township became somewhat condemned, so to speak, because of their dealings in gold and so on. But Nityananda Prabhu, because he had one disciple, Udaran Datta, was in that um, uh, township of Saptagram, and he came and he stayed with him, and he purified the whole of that township of Saptagram, and they absolutely adored Nityananda. Nityananda didn't see anyone in any caste or creed like that. So he didn't see any of the history that they were carrying, in a sense, that so many people in Bengal had rejected them. And Nityananda, he gave them his full support. Particularly, of course, as it's saying here, he gave them Harinam Sankirtan, which they drank deeply. So this was the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu. One of them, however, was a very miserly person named Chandidas, who used to abstain from Hari Kirtan with the townspeople because he was afraid of having to spend money for sponsoring festivals. Chandidas had managed to accumulate a good deal of wealth through stingy dealings. His wife Damayanti had adopted the same mood and did not extend even the least hospitality to Vaishnavas or other guests. This merchant couple, in their youth, had given birth to 4 sons and 2 daughters. Their daughters had both married, and a vast inheritance was reserved for their sons. If saintly people never visit a house, the children in it are less likely to become kind and compassionate. As the sons, so Bhaktivinoda Thakur is always dropping in sadhu sangha in every single opportunity. As the sons grew up, they became increasingly selfish and began to wish that their parents would die so they could have their inheritance. The merchant couple became extremely unhappy. One by one, the sons were married. As their wives grew older, they imbibed their husbands' natures and also began to wish that their parents in law would die. It's very common in society, especially in the Western world, everywhere, whole world. We see that father and mother have acquired wealth through their labors in this life, and the children, etc. If they don't have a loving relationship, then they're just waiting for their parents to die, or they arrange something. One by one, the sons were married. As their wives grew older, they imbibed their husbands' natures and also began to wish that their parents in law would die. After some time, the sons became proficient in business and began to oversee the buying and selling very expertly. Dividing up most of their father's wealth, they set up their own businesses. One day, Chandidas called everyone to his side and said, "Listen, I have lived a frugal existence since childhood, and as a result, I have managed to set aside a great fortune for all of you. I have never eaten fine food or dressed in luxurious clothes, and your mother has also lived in a similar manner. It is your duty to care for us now that we are growing old, but we have become increasingly distressed. We have increasing sorry, we have become increasingly distressed recently because we have begun to feel that you are neglecting us. I still have some hidden wealth, and I will give it to whichever of my sons will be good enough to take care of us. So he's trying to bribe his sons. There's no love. It's a very typical strained family relationship where there was no, because there was no sadhusanga, there was no harikirtan, there was no mode of goodness flowing through the household. Then this is the result. Chandidas' sons and daughters-in-law heard his words silently, and then went off to a separate place to conspire among themselves. They concluded, it will be best to send mother and father away, and then take possession of their hidden wealth, and divide it amongst ourselves. For there is really no telling to whom the old man will give it to unjustly. So they're all thinking, they're crooked, because no sadhusanga, because no harinam. All of them were sure that the wealth was buried in their father's bedroom. One morning at dawn, Chandidas's eldest son, Harichanda, Harishchan, Harishcharan, Haricharan, went to his father and with feigned humility said, Dear father, you and mother should go and take darshan of Sri Navadvip Dham at least once, so that your human life will become successful. I have heard that no other holy place is as beneficial in this age of Kali as Sri Navadvip Dham. It will not be troublesome or expensive for you to go there, and if you are unable to walk, we can have a boat to take you upstream for a nominal fee. There is also a Vaishnavi who would be happy to accompany you there. When Chandidas informed Damayanti about their son's proposal, she became very happy. Both of them concluded, our children have become thoughtful and courteous since our talk that day. We are strong enough to walk, so let us make the pilgrimage to Sridham Navadvip via Kalna and Shantipur. Having selected an auspicious day, the couple set out on their pilgrimage, taking the Vaishnavi with them. The next day, after walking a good distance, they arrived at Ambiga Kalna. There they cooked for themselves in a shop and sat down to eat. While they were taking their meal, a resident of Saptagram who knew them approached them and informed them, Your sons have broken the lock of your room and have taken all your possessions. They will not allow you to re enter the house. They have also found your hidden wealth and have divided it amongst themselves. It's so dramatic, but it can happen. This is a pastime. This is a description that will appeal to many because this is like a truthful, um, uh,
It's
s-
happening.
huh?
It is happening these days
Yes, it is happening these
very
days.
widely.
Yes. So, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's including this story to bring us up to reality of the world. It's not just a book of scripture, so to speak, but it's relevant. Bhaktivinoda Thakur was
Absolutely.
completely in the moment, in the present moment. His mission was to bring these truths to the general populace. Otherwise, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission would be washed away. When Chandidas and Damayanti received this news, they were stricken with grief over the loss of their wealth. They were unable to eat a single morsel and spent the entire day crying incessant tears. These are big changes. You know, their whole life suddenly sweat is like death, right? After some time, the Vaishnavi attendant tried to console them, saying, Don't be attached to your home. Come, you can take up the life of a Vaishnava ascetic. Build a simple ashram where Vaishnavas can gather and live. The children for whom you have sacrificed everything have become your enemies, so there is no need to return home. Let us go to Navadvip and remain there. You can maintain yourselves by accepting alms. That will be much. That will be a much better life. Like Krishna is shining the light within their lives. Will they take it? When Damayanti and Chandidas thought of the behavior of their sons and daughters in law, they said again and again, "It would be better for us to die than to return home." In the end, they stayed for a few days in the home of a Vaishnava in the village of Ambika, after which they went to Shantipur and finally arrived in Sri Navadvip Dham. They stayed in Sri Mayapur for a few days with a merchant relative and began to tour the 7 localities of Navadvip on the bank of the Ganga, as well as the 7 localities of Kulyagram on the other side of the river. After a few days, however, their attachment for their sons and daughters resurfaced. Understand, we're going to be witnessing the power of the Dham on the consciousness of these two people. It's not just any old place where they've come to. They've come to the holiest place on earth. And we're going to see how it's going to influence their consciousnesses. Chandidas said to his wife, "Come, let us return home to Saptagram. After all, they are our sons, aren't they? Won't they show us even a little affection?" Their Vaishnavi attendant said emphatically, "Have you no dignity? This time they will take your life." So they are so fortunate to have the sadhu sangha of this Vaishnavi. Without this Vaishnavi, heaven knows where they would have gone. When the old couple heard this, they saw the truth in her words and became apprehensive. This is the beginning of their devotion. This is the beginning of their sadhu sangha. Like we see that Sannyasi Thakur in the beginning saw that Vaishnava dancing. Each time Bhaktivinoda Thakur will highlight this connection with their devotional prosperity. "Oh, respected Vaishnavi," they said, "you may return to your own place. We have enough discrimination now. We will maintain our existence by begging." Approach the Vaishnavi attendant left, and the merchant couple, having now given up all hope of returning to their former home in Saptagram, began to build a new home in the area of Kulyagram, where Chakori Chattopadhyaya had lived. Taking contributions and instructions from many gracious and well-mannered people, they built a cottage and began to live there permanently. Kulyagram is known as the holy place where offenses are eradicated, and the long-standing belief was that all of one's previous offenses would be dispelled if one lived there. This is like near the Devananda Gaudiya in Koladweep. This is this place, Aparad Banjanbat, where all offenses are. And who else? That uh, Gopal Chapala also was delivered by Mahaprabhu here, but particularly Devananda was delivered by the mercy of Vakreshwar Pandit and Mahaprabhu. So this is where we're talking about here. Now, if we uh,
One day,
what?
the third paragraph.
Ah, one day Chandidas said, "O Mother of Hari, don't speak about our children any more. Don't even think of them. We took birth in a merchant family because of our previous offenses and because of many previous offenses, and due to our defective birth, we became misers and never rendered any service to guests or to Vaishnavas. Now, if we obtain any wealth here, we will certainly use it to serve guests, so that we may attain auspiciousness in our next life. I have been thinking of opening a grocery shop. I will beg some money from a few gentlemen and begin this work." So we're seeing the practical process, how how the power of the Dham, what do we say, Sadhu Sangha, Nam Kirtan, Bhagavat Shravana, Mathura Vas, and
Srimurti.
Shradaya Sevaya, these 5 principles of bhakti. And we see Sadhu Sangha is working, Nam Kirtan is in the atmosphere, Bhagavat Shravan will come in, we will see. Chandidas had previously been educated, and now, oh, I missed a bit. Within a short time, Chandidas opened a small store and managed to make some profit every day. The couple began to serve one guest daily. in addition to feeding themselves, and thus their life passed much more pleasantly than before. Chandidas had previously been educated, and now he sat in his shop and read Gunaraj Khan's Sri Krishna Vijay whenever he found time. He ran his shop honestly and served guests hospitably. 5 or 6 months passed in this manner, and when the people of Kulia came to know of Chandidas's previous history, they began to develop faith in him. In this village lived a Grihastha Brahmin named Yadav Das, who lectured every day on Chaitanya Mangal. Chandidas occasionally went to hear those lectures, and when he and Damayanti saw that Yadav Das and his wife were always engaged in serving the Vaishnavas, they also became inspired to do the same. So the example of the Grihastha couple, Yadava Das and his wife. It's very important to always remember wherever we're living to live an exemplary life. If we're claiming to be Vaishnavas, if our desire is to be a Vaishnav, we should live an exemplary life to inspire citizens towards Shuddhadam, what is pure, the pure goodness, first of all, and then coming to Vishuddha,
Mm.
the transcendental plane. Without that cultivation first, how can we go forward? Chandidas inquired from Yadav Das, what is this material existence? Well, that's a great question. Yadav Das said, many learned Vaishnavas live on the eastern bank of the Bhagirathi in Sri Godrama. Come, let us go there and inquire from them. I also go there from time to time and receive many instructions. At present, the Vaishnava scholars of Sri Godram are more expert than the Brahmana scholars in the conclusions of the Shastras. Some days ago, Sri Vaishnava Das Babaji defeated the Brahman pundits in the area in a debate. A deep question like yours can be resolved most satisfactorily there. Yadav Das and Chandidas prepared to cross the Ganga in the afternoon. Damayanti now regularly served pure Vaishnavas, and the miserliness in her heart had become negligible. I will go with you to Sri Gautam, she said. The Vaishnavas there are not Grihastas, said Yadavadas. They have adopted a life of strict renunciation and are detached from all relations with women. I am concerned that if you come along with us, they will be displeased. So the Muslim was allowed, but the women are not allowed. So there is this. Why? Because the women will attract the men to another,
Level of confidence.
yes, another level, and they will. It's the chemistry between male and female that will erupt. With a Muslim male, that is vacant. It's just the philosophy needs to be um, worked out. But on the deep level of the genders mixing, it's not conducive for bhakti. Um, where are we? The Vaishnavas there are not grihastas, said Yadav Das. They have adopted a life of strict renunciation and are detached from all relations with women. I am concerned that if you come along with us, they will be displeased. Damayanti replied, I will offer Dandavat Pranam to them from a distance, and I will not enter their grove. I am an old lady. They will never become angry with me. So this is true. Yadavadas agreed, but cautioned, it is not the custom for ladies to go there. Anyway, we can take you there and there to sit in a nearby place, and we will bring you back with us when we return. I'm sure there could be a lot of discussion on this point, but I'm not going to go in there because we just have to use our um, intelligence to appreciate the dynamics of this situation. By late afternoon, the three of them crossed the Ganga and reached Pradumna Kunj. Damayanti offered prostrated Dandavat pranams at the door of the Kunj and sat nearby under an old banyan tree. Yadav Das and Chandidas entered the Kunj and with great devotion offered Dandavat pranams to the assembly of Vaishnavas, who were seated in the Malati Madhavi Bower. Paramahamsa Babaji was seated in the midst of the assembly, surrounded by Sri Vaishnavadas, Lahari Mahashai, Anantadas Babaji, and many others. Chandidas sat close to Yadavdas. Anantadas Babaji looked at Yadavdas and asked, "Who is this new man?" Yadavdas narrated the whole story of Chandidas. Anantadas Babaji smiled and said, "Yes, that is what is known as material existence. One who knows material existence is actually wise, and those who fall into the cycle of material existence are pitiable." So we should just be in knowledge of what is um, material existence, and then we can come detached from it. Chandidas's mind was gradually becoming purified, and when one performs Nitya Sukriti, such as hosting Vaishnavas and reading and hearing Vaishnava Shastras, he certainly attains auspiciousness and very easily develops Shraddha in Ananya Bhakti, exclusive devotion. When he heard Sri Anantadas Babaji's words, Chandidas said with a softened heart, "My humble prayer is that you will be merciful to me and clearly explain what is this material existence." So we should be attentive and hear this explanation, even if we think we understand everything. Paramahamsa Babaji said, "Sri Anantadas Babaji Mahashai is suitably qualified to answer a question of such gravity. Today we will all listen to his instructions." Oh, I missed a paragraph out. Anantadas Babaji said, "Your question is very deep, and I desire that Sri Paramahamsa Babaji Mahashai or Sri Vaishnavadas Babaji Mahashai should answer it." Paramahamsa Babaji said, "Sri Anantadas Babaji Mahashai is suitably qualified to answer a question of such gravity. Today we will all listen to his instructions." The devotees, they love to hear when another devotee is preaching to some newer people or another person or enlightening, giving a lecture. Always any opportunity to hear Hari Katha by any level of person is enlivening. Like in the assembly of Shukadev and Parikshit, Vyasadeva was there. So many great, Narad was there. So many great personalities were there in rapt attention, listening to the Srimad Bhagavatam. Not that they thought that they knew everything. They were actually enlivened by the current of topics of Harikatha. Anantadas said, "When I receive your order, I must certainly say whatever I know. I shall begin by remembering the lotus feet of my Gurudev, Sri Pradumna Brahmachari, a confidential associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu." This is beautiful historic reference for us. Pradumna Brahmachari is in the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's the personality who, in his mystic vision, created a pathway for Mahaprabhu to go to Vrindavan. And then it stopped, it was checked, and he couldn't go any further. And he told all the devotees he won't go to Vrindavan. And it was a fact. So he's a very mystical person, gifted, Pradumna Brahmachari. The jivas exist in two states: the liberated state, Mukta Dasha, and the state of material bondage, Samsara Buddha Dash. Those jivas who are pure bhaktas of Sri Krishna and who have never been bound by Maya and who were liberated from material existence by the mercy of Krishna are known as Mukta Jivas. The liberated state of existence is known as Mukta Dasha. The Bada Jivas, on the other hand, are those who are oblivious to Sri Krishna and have fallen into the clutches of Maya since time without beginning. Their conditioned state of existence is known as Samsara Bada Dasha. The Jivas who are liberated from Maya are Chinmoy, fully spiritual, and their very life is service to Krishna, Krishna Dasya. They do not reside in this material world, but in one of the pure spiritual worlds, such as Golok, Vaikuntha, or Vrindavan. There are innumerable jivas who are liberated from Maya. So he's talking about the direct Ragatmika Gun, not Ragatmika, just liberated. because we can't say those
Mm.
souls of Vaikuntha are Ragatmika. Their greed for their hunger for relationship with Krishna is not there in Vaikuntha. They are in a mood of dasya bhav at maximum, or shanta ras. Maybe some have a little bit friendship, but that friendship is very aishwarya. So the spontaneous rag mood is not there in Vaikuntha. The jivas who are bound, but still it's the spiritual world
Yes.
where the four types of liberation, Sharsti, Salokya, Mipya, Sarupya,
Sarupya.
are there. It's a liberated place. The jivas who are bound by Maya are also innumerable due to their Krishna vimukata, that means turning away from Krishna, defect of alienation from Krishna. Krishna's shadow potency, known as Chaya Shakti or Maya, binds the jiva with her three-stranded ropes, consisting of the three qualities of material nature, namely Sattvagun, goodness, Rajagun, passion, and Tamagun, ignorance. The conditioned souls appear in a variety of states of existence according to the influence of the various gradations of these gunas. If we have this knowledge, we can take the temperature of our own existence and consider how much in goodness I am, how much in passion I am, how much in ignorance I am. It's described that one in goodness is able to assimilate pure knowledge, one in passion is only working in this world and cannot begin that path of assimilating transcendental teachings. One in tamagun is full of ignorance and suffers greatly because of that ignorance. Just consider the varieties in the jiva's bodies, moods, appearance, nature, living conditions, and movements. So we see around us, all, even though there's millions of people around us, they're all in different stages of consciousness, covered by predominantly either passion or ignorance, and some few by goodness. But there's goodness, and then there's transcendental goodness, or pure goodness. When the jiva enters material existence, he takes on a new type of egoism. Now, this next part is very beautiful. When the jiva enters material existence, he takes on a new type of egoism. In the pure state of existence, the jiva has the egoism of being a servant of Krishna. But in the conditioned state, many different types of egoism arise, making the living entity think, I am a human being, I am a devata, I am an animal, I am a king, I am a brahmana, I am an outcast, I am diseased, I am hungry, I am dishonored, I am charitable, I am a husband, I am a wife, I am a father, I am a son, I am an enemy, I am a friend, I am a scholar, I am handsome, I am wealthy, I am poor, I am happy, I am sad, I am strong, and I am weak. These attitudes are known as ahankta, which literally means the sense of I-ness or false egoism. We have this printed out beautifully. I'll post it on our WhatsApp group and you can see more um, at length this. Besides this ahankta, another function known as mamata, possessiveness, or the sense of myness, enters the nature of the jiva. This is exemplified in attitudes such as, this is my house, these are my possessions, this is my wealth, this is my body, these are my children, this is my wife, this is my husband, this is my father, this is my mother, this is my caste, this is my race, this is my strength, this is my beauty, this is my quality, this is my learning, this is my renunciation, this is my knowledge, this is my wisdom, this is my work, this is my property, and these are my servants and dependents. The colossal affair that brings the conceptions of I and mine into play is known as samsara, material existence. So that is such a powerful couple of paragraphs there that we can really deeply appreciate and read many times. So I'll send this around. I think we'll stop there because that's a good place to stop. And then he carries on. I'll just hear this next question. Yadav Das says, the conceptions of I and mine are active in the conditioned state, but do they exist in the liberated state? Okay, we'll discuss that tomorrow. So this is very simple, straightforward philosophy for Chandidas and Damayanti to appreciate. Because understand that Damayanti, even though she's in a woman's body, is going to hear all of these teachings from her husband. So there's no loss for her. She's in the proximity, she's getting purified, and she will receive these teachings, no doubt, from Chandidas and Yadav as they go back. So this is very beautiful consideration. Okay. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jai Vedama ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. So we're on page 132, chapter 7. And yesterday we read this beautiful description of the nature of samsara. What is this binding wall? I have bound myself by my own attachments in this material world so solidly. I'm so convinced that I am a father, that I am a mother, that I am a child, that I am a teacher, that I am handsome, that I am rich, that I am poor. All of these states of ahankta, which he's describing. And then I'm so much bound by my possessions. This is my house, my car, my bank balance, my garden, my country, my body ultimately, everything claiming this possessiveness. He says this beautiful expression. Um, this is the colossal affair. Where is it? Oh, the colossal affair that brings the conception of I and mine into play is known as samsara, material existence. So we've got no one to point the finger at and blame for our material suffering. It's all brought about by my own desires today. It wasn't like yesterday or before, it's today. As long as I remain attached to this material world and its various acquisitions that we can claim here, then I'm going to be suffering. Always I will be suffering. So that point of Sharanagati must be there to begin the journey. But as I just said, that Sharanagati is not the principal point of bhakti because it's attraction to Krishna ultimately. I've said many times this attraction to Krishna will come from hearing about the Vrindavan pastimes, from hearing about the Braja Leela, in particular of the remarkable, astonishing love that the gopis have for Krishna. When we hear about that, when we read about that, when we think about that, when we pray to the gopis, then we can begin to connect with that pure loving mood towards Krishna, as the gopis had. Vishwanath Chakravarti describes, he says, there's no greater exhibition of love known to man than that of the gopis. There's nothing higher than what the gopis demonstrated towards Krishna. Nothing is higher than that. They even gave up their everything. But it wasn't about the giving up. It was about their desire to please Krishna exclusively. They weren't running for their own pleasure whatsoever. They were only concerned with bringing him pleasure at every single moment of their thoughts. How can they bring him pleasure? That mood has to be consuming the pure bhakta. So now Yadav Das, he asks a question. He says the conceptions of I and mine are active in the conditioned state, but do they also exist in the liberated state? Interesting. In other words, is there individuality within the spirit soul? Anantadas. They do, but in the liberated state, they are spiritual and free from all defect. This means they are fully focusing on bringing only exclusively Krishna pleasure. Anya bilasita sunyam jnana karmadi navitam anukulyena krishnanu shilanam bhakti utama. This is uttam bhakti. We are only talking about uttam bhakti ultimately. What is that pinnacle of devotion? That pinnacle of devotion is to be absorbed fully in satisfying Krishna's calm, as are the Braja Devis, the Braja Gopis. In the liberated state, in the spiritual world, the jiva becomes acquainted with his pure nature, exactly as it was created by Bhagavan, our original nature. It's original, even though it's never manifested. It's still our original pure condition.
Identity.
Huh?
Identity.
Identity. It's our original identity, is that. But when we were manifested through Baladev from this into this Tatashta region of marginal energy, instantly we were attracted to lording it over this material world and being like God. We chose that. Actually, more jivas go back from that place. Not so many jivas come into the material world. More jivas go back from that Tatashta place. Um, the jiva becomes acquainted with his pure nature, exactly as it was created by Bhagavan. In that spiritual abode, there are many different types of real egoism, each with its own characteristic sense of I. So there are also many types of chid ras, transcendental exchanges of sentiments. I've often said that Krishna wants to taste my individual rasa because I have a specific rasa with Krishna that there's no one in existence has exactly the same. No one. And that's easy to appreciate when we just look around us at the different people that we know. All are so uniquely individual. Like we're sitting here. Are we are we the same as our constitution as conditioned souls is the same, Jivara Sarupuri Krishna. That essential ingredient is the same, but our natures from thousands of years conditioning, etc., is so contrasting. There's no therefore our ultimate ras is completely different to anyone else's. In that spiritual abode, there are many different types of real egoism, each with its own characteristic sense of I. So there are also many types of chidaras, transcendental exchanges of sentiments. All the different chinmoy, upakaranas, spiritual paraphernalia, which form the constitutional ingredients of rasa, come under the heading of mine in the spiritual world. So that identity is there. That was his question. Is this identity there in the spiritual world? Yes, it is. Yadav Das. Then what is the defect in the different conceptions of I and mine that exist in the conditioned state? Beautiful question. Anantadas. The defect is that in the pure state, the conceptions of I and mine are real,
Hmm.
whereas in material existence, they are all imaginary. They're imaginary and they're also not eternal. Today we're like this, tomorrow we're like that. In this life we're like this, tomorrow next life we're something else. It's all changing because the question is going to be asked soon, is this material existence false? It's not false, but it's temporary. So everything that is temporary is material. So this material conception is what is prominent here, whereas in the eternal world, that's not there. I'll just read that again. The defect is that in the pure state, the conceptions of I and mine are real, whereas in material existence, they are all imaginary or imposed upon the living entity. We read this in the first chapter about Nishag,
Hmm.
acquired
Nature.
nature, acquired nature. It's not our real nature. The nature of the iceberg is not really hard. It's actually liquid. Swabhav, it's swabhav. But it's, so it's illusioned and it's imaginary. This is the illusory world of Maya to make us consider that we are these particular material bodies. We're not. We're spirits, servants of Krishna. That means that these conceptions are not actually aspects of the jiva, but are all false identities and relationships. That's why we have to shave away at our attachments, because it's our attachments that are creating this false identity. All my various attachments. We can be in family life, we can have all these different things, but we should understand that they're not mine. This is not part of my soul. We can have, obviously, we can't walk away from our various material social relationships, but at the same time, we can be in understanding that they are all absolutely temporary. They are all nimitic. So why should I spend so much energy cultivating them? We do whatever is necessary for our duty, and then we spend the rest of the balance of the time pursuing our spiritual objective. Consequently, all varieties of material identification in mundane existence are impermanent and unreal. It's this impermanent, which means they're material, and only cause momentary happiness and distress. Matra sparshasta kuntaya sidoshna shudadatiya. This, like the summer and winter seasons, they come and they go. This happiness and distress is what we're always experiencing in this material world. Yadavadas, is this deceptive material existence false? I can remember personally asking this question when I first joined, and I was answered, no, it's not false, but it's temporary. It is real, this world, but it's temporary. It's not eternal. It's like the iceberg is real, but it's not eternal. It's swabhav, that's not its swabhav, it's temporary. So we'll hear. Anantadas, no, this deceptive world is not false. It is a reality. Yes, it's not false. It's a reality by Krishna's will. It is the jiva's conception of I and mine when he enters the material world, that is false. How beautiful. That's so clear. Isn't that wonderful?
Mm.
It's my conception of the world. The world is not false. The jiva's conception of I and mine when he enters the material world, that is false.
It's funny, he says this deceptive world.
Deceptive, imaginary. Yes, deceptive, because it's very deceptive, because Maya Devi is so incredibly powerful. She convinces us that we are, first of all, Lord Brahma. He puts these 5, they call nascent engagements, covers the jiva. It's described in the 3rd canto, the 12th chapter, 2nd verse. These 5 coverings on the jiva. The first is illusion about my identity. That's my first covering. I'm illusioned about my identity. I'm illusioned about the nature of this world. Then the third is anger after frustration. I become frustrated with not being able to fulfill all my material desires, so I become angry with that. And then the next is misconception about my possessions. I'm believing that they belong to me. And the 5th is fear of death. Everyone is blanketed with this conception of fear of death, so that they will live in the world. If they weren't afraid, how would Lord Brahma be able to conduct and populate all the planets if nobody was afraid of death? So everyone is covered with this illusory, it's called a nascent engagement. It's a strange word. I've never really quite, yes, it's an ignorance, a conception of ignorance. To be fearful, Krishna comes as death himself. In Bhagavad Gita, it's described. He comes as death. I've forgotten that verse, but he comes as death. It's very beautiful. So it's not false. It's temporary, impermanent, and illusory. These are important points. Those who believe that this world is false are Mayavadis. Yeah, they say it's false. Therefore, they don't honor anything in the world. They don't give due respect to where it's needed. They just say it's all false. So they're not able to properly engage in respecting the teachings of this world, etc. They just obliterate the whole conception altogether and try to consider that they are God. They are the supreme masters of the world, the controllers of the world. That's how they're able to do it. Advocates the theory of illusion. Such people are offenders. Yadav Das. Why have we fallen into this illusory relationship? $1 million question. Okay. Anantadas. All of these, by the way, are beautifully opened up and explained explicitly in the 16th chapter. In the 16th chapter, all of these questions are again presented, and they're all beautifully opened out very significantly. We'll read them. Bhagavan is the complete spiritual entity. Purna Chit Vastu. Purna means full. And the jivas are particles of spirit. Chit Kana. The jiva's first location is on the boundary line between the material and spiritual worlds. Tatashta. This is his first location. We're talking about the jivas in this world. We're not talking about the jivas already in the spiritual world. Those in the spiritual world manifest, it's described in the 16th chapter, that innumerable jivas are immediately manifest to serve uh, Brajendranandan Shamsundar in Goloka Vrindavan, immediately. And then Baladev is manifesting others to serve in Lord Narayan in the Vaikuntha realm. They're manifesting immediately to do that. And then the third type of jiva is the Tatashta jiva, and that is who we are. 3 types of jiva. 16, let me just look at this. I'll read it to you. We'll get it straight from the authority of the. Tell me the page quickly. 16, chapter 16. Right at the beginning of 16. 16, here we go. Innumerable jivas. This is on page 357. Innumerable jivas appear from Sri Baladev Prabhu to serve Vrindavan Bihari Sri Krishna as his eternal associates in Goloka Vrindavan. That's what I just said. And others appear from Sri Sankarshan to serve the Lord of Vaikuntha, Sri Narayan, in the spiritual sky. These are the first 2 types of eternal spirit souls. And then, at the end of this paragraph, then it's described, there are also, this is on page 358, second paragraph, there are also innumerable atomic conscious jivas who emanate as rays in Karnadakshai Vishnu's glance upon his Maya Shakti. So they manifest once they have made their personal decision to come into this world, because we always have independence. That is the greatness of Krishna's transcendental particles. That is their very greatness, their sovereignty is described as. We have independence, and we have independently chosen to come into this world prior to coming into the body of Mahavishnu. As soon as we decide to come into this material world and we want to exploit and enjoy, we enter the body of Mahavishnu. And then we come out like the rays, as describing here, the rays from Karanadakshay Vishnu. That's the process. But it's all my responsibility. I'm saying this again and again. Because sometimes we pray, oh Lord, help me, give me relief from my suffering. But I'm the one who's created all my suffering. If I don't follow the various directives for becoming purified of my suffering, how am I ever going to stop the suffering? If I don't begin to look at the beautiful, effulgent face of the Lord, if I don't begin to look in the direction of Vrindavan, how will my suffering ever begin to minimize, slow down? It won't. The jiva's first location is on the boundary line between the material and spiritual worlds. The jivas who do not forget their relationship with Krishna are empowered with Chit Shakti and are drawn from that position into the spiritual realm. That's what I said just before. There are more jivas that are actually drawn from that position of tatashta into the spiritual world immediately. They have no desire to exploit this material world. Whence they become his eternal associates and begin to relish the bliss of his service. This is the only factor that distinguishes the principal point between the spiritual world and the material world. The spiritual world is only about service to Krishna. This world is called the perverted reflection. It's perverted because we're perverting our nature to try and enjoy ourselves and our own senses exclusively. It's a perversion of our souls. But we do it all the time. And we don't stop. Even we hear this, but we don't slow down. Why? Krishna says in the 11th canto, in the, I think it's the 28th chapter, I'll post the quote afterwards. Krishna says, the foolish spirit soul becomes enamored by the material world. The spirit soul has given the power of attorney over to the material consciousness. You know, power of attorney means like with a lawyer, you give him all of your um, closest secrets, whatever, you give him everything. So Super Soul has given that power of attorney across to the um, material soul. So the material soul has um, complete freedom to do whatever he wants because he has independence. Antaryami is there, Super Soul. Antaryami means witness. He's only witnessing. He's never going to interfere. He can't interfere. If the drunk wants another bottle of whiskey, it'll be provided, even though Paramatma knows it's not good for him. But still, that sovereignty of independence must be there at every single step. And with our independence, we've decided to suffer. So whose fault is it? But even we hear it. I'll post you this quote from the 11th canto. It's very beautiful. There's a sequence because Uddhav, he's asking Krishna, if the soul is pure and unadulterated and completely without blemish, how can he be attracted into this material world? Is it the soul that is attracted? So then Krishna answers, he says, the foolish spirit soul. The spirit soul has become foolish because the spirit soul has become bound by the material desires of that Jivatma. Those material desires have taken prominence. But however much we explain it, still we carry on our various attachments. Isn't it remarkable? Me also. I'm saying this, but of course, I have so much attachments. It's easy to say the words, but to actually walk the talk, so to speak, that's another consideration altogether. And that's the place we aspire for, to walk away from these material attachments that we've just discussed in these two paragraphs of I am this, I am that, all these different things. Those jivas who turn away from Krishna desire to enjoy Maya, and Maya attracts them towards her by her potency. From that moment, our material state of existence comes into being and our true spiritual identity disappears. Maya will attract us, but I have to choose to accept Maya or not. She will throw whatever allurement she knows is going to be tantalizing for that particular spirit soul. And it's for that particular spirit soul to reject or accept it. She can't force it on the ever. It's never. We can't say, well, it's Maya's fault. It's not Maya's fault. She's just the servant of Krishna. She's the shadow of Yogamaya, and she's serving Krishna in that capacity to try and make the souls, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, on the hammerings of the material existence, become completely disinterested in this material life. That's the first stage, but that's not the final stage, being disinterested in material life. We've got to simultaneously become attracted. It's not about just renunciation at all. It's actually the attraction that's going to get us out of this predicament. Everything else can continue so long as we are inspiring ourselves towards the Braj conception. If we're not inspiring ourselves in that direction, then hold your nose and you're going to go right under the water. It's just how it is. We therefore think, I am the enjoyer of Maya. This false egoism covers us with many varieties of false identities. Ugh. Yadav, why is it that our true identity does not become manifest despite significant endeavor? Good question. There are two types of endeavor, appropriate and inappropriate. Appropriate endeavors will certainly dissipate false egoism, but how can inappropriate endeavors do so? We hear the sound vibration of the attraction of Maya. Yadav Das, what are inappropriate endeavors? Some people think that their hearts will be purified if they follow Karmakand, and that they will be liberated from Maya when they practice Brahmagyan. Wonderful. This type of endeavor is inappropriate. Others think that by practicing Astanga Yoga, they will enter a trance of Samadhi Yoga and attain perfection. This is another inappropriate endeavor. There are many other types as well. Understand all that? It's very clear, huh? Yadav Das, why are these endeavors inappropriate? Anantadas, these methods are unsuitable because practicing them creates many obstacles that impede the attainment of one's desired goal. In addition, there is only a meager possibility of attaining that goal. The point is that our material existence has come about because of an offense, and unless we obtain the mercy of that person whom we offended, we will not gain release from our material condition and attain spiritual, pure spiritual condition. So, what is that offense? It's called vimuk. We have turned away from Krishna from the very beginning. And I've said many times, it's just exactly like an equation. As soon as we turn away from Krishna, because the nature of the Jivatma is to enjoy, it's his nature, it's our original nature is to be full of Sat Chit Ananda, be fully satisfied and happy. That's the spiritual nature of my soul. So as soon as I turn away from Krishna, that spiritual nature is, when I'm connecting with Krishna, is completely perfect. But as soon as I turn away, then material desires spring in my heart automatically. Where can I get pleasure? Where can I get pleasure? I'm not getting pleasure serving Krishna. I'm going to be looking in the material world for pleasure. And then that equals suffering because it's not my nature. It's nishag. It's the acquired nature. It's not my swabhav. I've separated myself from my true spiritual identity. How can I possibly get success there? We're trying frantically to get pleasure from objects in this material world. But they're all material and temporary, and the soul is eternal. The soul can only get pleasure from eternal engagements, from eternal activities, like chanting Hare Krishna, going to the temple, cooking for Krishna, doing all associating with the Vaishnavas, etc. These are all eternal activities that will eventually convince the consciousness that I'm of my true swabhav, my true identity. So that's the process. It's incredibly simple, really, on paper, but so difficult in reality. Usually, many lifetimes are needed to actually purify this right down. It's not just at the time of death, some miracle is going to happen and automatically you're going to be liberated from your material predicament. At the time of death, if these material desires are still bubbling in the heart, then Krishna is so compassionate, he'll allow you to fulfill them in another birth. And if they're still not purified, then another birth again. And we'll keep on taking births again and again until I have no more interest in this material world at all. Not only that, but I have so much more interest in the spiritual world. It's that pravritti marg that is in my best interest. That's what we want to cultivate. The positive aspect, not the negative aspect of vairagya, of just stopping this, stopping that, stopping that. That's not it. It's increasing this and increasing that and increasing this. This verse, Vikriditam Brajavatubi Ichamcha Vishnu, Shadan Vishnu, Ushrunyad Artavarenyamya, Bhaktim Param Bhagavati Pratilapya, Karmam Hridrogam Asav Apinoti. This Hridrogam, this disease of the heart, is purified when one hears Harikatha first. First one hears, and then one speaks what one hears. This is Shravanam Kirtanam. And then one will remember what one hears. This is Smaranam. This is the first. Vikriditam Brajavadubi Ichamcha Vishnu. This is the beginning. And when we hear and we speak and we remember that Harikatha, then this Param Bhaktim will rise. It's at this time this Param Bhaktim will rise. And there's the beautiful essay I've mentioned many times also. I'll post it on the thread today, that my Gurudev gives in the beginning of Venugit, the introduction of Venugit. And we have there's a sound file of it, and there's the actual file document, and there's a nice summary of the whole document also. So I'll post all three today for our absorption. In understanding this very important point, it's not by my endeavor to become a tyagi, to become renounced from everything. My focus is actually to become attracted to Krishna. Anugrahaya bhaktanam manusyam deha ashrita. Bhajate krat tat rishi kritva yashrutva tatparo bhavet. This tatparo bhavet means imperative. It's imperative for us. Krishna has manifested anugrahaya bhaktanam. He's manifested to inspire us to his attractive pastimes. Anugrahaya bhaktanam manusyam deha ashrita, as a human being, to show us these beautiful pastimes, to attract us to his lila. That's why he's manifested. And if we disregard that lila, if we just keep thinking, no, rules and regulations, what does that mean? That means me again. That means I will follow the rules and regulations. Look how great I am. This is not the path of Shuddha Bhakti. So many things on these topics. This is a huge topic, but I've just touched a little bit on. Jai Vedama ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanande. Our subject matter today is about the soul. This is what we discussed yesterday. Chandidas, he's asking through Yadav Das, they're asking Ananta Das, the nature of the soul. And yesterday we discussed how the jiva, he comes into this mundane existence due to his own desire. It's like there is a point in the Tatashta region where we make that monumental decision, because we have an option to either go straight back immediately and serve the Lord in Vaikuntha or in Goloka Vrindavan or in Dwarka or Mathura. We have that opportunity straight away. Or we can choose to exploit this material world. But understand one thing always, that decision is a decision that's ongoing. How many times today have we turned away from our best interest? How many times before we go to sleep tonight will we turn away from Krishna? So this being vimukh, turning away from Krishna, is not just a historic decision. It's a daily occurrence in our lives that we can appreciate. We said before that if we're always thinking that, how can I catch up that mood of service? Of course, it's a lot easier initially when you're in an institutional environment and you're given many savors. But then after a while, that institutional environment will become restrictive because within an institution, Bhakti Devi is very hard to flourish because an institution has to have rules and regulations guiding a large group of devotees. And if everyone is very independently minded, which is what Bhakti Devi offers, that's what happens when you become really immersed purely in devotion. Then you have to actually go your own way, so to speak, but according to Shastra. But every individual will have a different inclination in that way. So it's very hard to for the wings to spread within that environment. But still, it's very supportive initially because the precepts of Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, etc., are very easy to access. There's always Bhagavatam classes going on, there's devotees. But what is my personal objective? We can get caught up in so many distracting priorities. That's not just in an institute, but in life, where we put this. This is what I mean about turning away from Krishna. This is what it means about turning away from Krishna. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is telling us clearly what is naimitic and what is nitya. It's not just speaking about this, but it's actually acting on it to find any sort of fulfillment, bringing these truths into our lives. That means hearing daily. So we read these incredible conceptions of what is ahankta and what is the mamata, conception of mine, I and mine. And then we talked about the spirit soul and his being bound by his material desires. And now at the bottom of page 133, we come to some questions by Yadav Das. He says, why is it that our true identity does not become manifest despite significant endeavor? So this is a very powerful question. We seem to be endeavoring, but it's not by my own effort that this truth is going to manifest in my... Chesta must be there to some degree, but with knowledge, knowing that it's Guru who's actually going to inspire my heart in the right direction. We can't personally crash the gates of heaven. We should know that. It's not Aroha Panta. It's not the ascending path. It's the Avaroha Panta. The heart should be soaked in prayer and humility towards Radha and Krishna's pastimes and being guided by Sadguru. So then Anantadas, there are two types of endeavor, appropriate and inappropriate. Appropriate endeavors will certainly dissipate false egoism. But how can inappropriate endeavors do so? So he's more or less staging the question himself, Anantadas Babaji, for the next section. We read this yesterday, but I'm just recapping briefly. Yadav Das, what are inappropriate endeavors? Now, all these inappropriate endeavors will come under the one category of naimitic dharma. We should become very familiar with these terminologies. Incorporate them in our daily language. Oh, Prabhu, that's naimitic. And then the light should go on. Oh, yes, this is temporary. Because I know now what is eternal. This is called education. Realized. We want it to become realized by the power of our chanting and our sadhana. Our chanting, it will become realized. So Ananda says, some people think that their hearts will be purified if they follow karmakand. that they will be liberated from Maya when they practice Brahmagyan. So these are two Naimitic dharmas. This type of endeavor is inappropriate if it's not on the one ladder. If your Gyan Bhakti is not aimed at Shuddha Bhakti, then it's useless. It has to be aimed at that. Like our sadhan has to be aimed at Bhav Bhakti. Klesh Agni Shubhada. This is sadhan Bhakti. When the sufferings are incinerated, Klesh Agni Shubhada. And this is very auspicious. Then Moksha Lukhatakrit. This is when I look with disdain on moksha. That's Bhav Bhakti. And then I'm going towards this Sandra Ananda Visheshatma, Sri Krishna Akashani Chasa. I'm going towards what is prem, and that is very, very rare. You cannot contain prem in this body, but we can reach the stage of bhav. That is within our grasp. This type of endeavor is inappropriate. Others think that by practicing Astanga Yoga, they will enter a trance of Samadhi Yoga and attain perfection. This is another inappropriate endeavor. There are many other types as well. So it's just education that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving us. What is Naimitic and what is Nitya? That's the breakdown of it. Yadav, why are these endeavors inappropriate? And this is where we reached yesterday. Anantadas, these methods are unsuitable because practicing them creates many obstacles that impede the attainment of one's desired goal. In addition, there is only a meager possibility of attaining that goal. If I'm practicing karma yoga, that means that I'm wanting some material gains and assets. That's what karma yoga means. Like, who is the supreme example of that in the Bhagavatam is Dhruva Maharaj. He was a Sakam Karma Bhakta. He wanted a kingdom greater than his great-grandfather. He had a material desire which was propelling him to do his austerities. But as soon as he saw Krishna, then those desires just ran away. He said, I was searching for broken glass, but I found a jewel instead. So his life changed. The point is that our material existence has come about because of an offense, and unless we obtain the mercy of the person whom we offended, we will not gain release from our material condition and attain pure spiritual condition. So our offense was to Krishna. And who is that person who is Krishna in this world for us? It's Guru. Guru is that representative. Sakshata vitre nasamasta shastra. Guru and Krishna are non-different because they both have the same desire for the jiva's welfare. So Guru is that person where we can make amends, so to speak. If I'm sincere, then I will give all my life and soul to benedicting that Sadguru, that person who will carry me into transcendence. Because without Guru, there's no question that from a material situation, transcendence can manifest. There has to come from the outside transcendence. I've given the example many times of the wood that can never be. Fire is dormant within all wood, but that fire will never be ignited till another piece of wood touches it, and then it can blaze. So similarly, Sadguru has that fire already blazing. He can touch us, and then that fire can be ignited within us. Yadavadas, what are appropriate endeavors? Anantadas, Sadhu Sangha, straight away, Sadhu Sangha. Immediately. I said a few times now, these 5 principal angas of bhakti, Sadhu Sangha, Nam Kirtan, Bhagavat Shravanam, Mathura Vas, and Sri Murtaya Shradaya Sevaya. These 5 are the principal angas. There's 9 angas, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atmanam. These 9 but then they're broken down to 5. And the first of those is sadhu sangha, qualified sadhu sangha, because this is Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga's cheating propensities are at their pinnacle. They're on every street corner practically. Some guru telling you he'll give you a mantra and then you will go. So if you're in this type of knowledge, you won't be hoodwinked. You won't be cheated. Sadhu Sangha, association of devotees, and pratipa, prapati, surrender. Tadvini pranipatena. And that pranipatena means submissively. Tadvidi pranipatena, submissively. And then pariprashnena means questions. I submissively ask questions and then perform seva. These 3 stages. We find the following statement about Sadhu Sangha in Srimad Bhagavatam 11:2-30.
Ata atyantikam kshemam prachamo bhavato nagah samsaresmin shanartho pi satsanga sevadir nirnam.
O sinless one, Krishna is speaking. O sinless one, we are inquiring from you about the supreme benefit. No, it's not Krishna speaking. I think it's Uddhav, yes. We are inquiring you about the supreme benefit. In this material world, even half a moment's association with a Shuddha Bhakta is the greatest wealth for human beings. It's like, reminds me of Shukadev Goswami when he was in the womb of his mother. And he told his father, Vyasadeva, I won't come out of the womb. He was there for 12, 16 years, whatever. And he said, I won't come out until Krishna comes in front of me and assures me that I won't be covered by your illusory energy. So Vyasadeva went and called Krishna. Krishna came in front. And then Krishna said, I will give you as much time as there is when a mustard seed is placed on the horn of a cow. How much time is that? It's like a moment. It's like this moment sadhu sangha. That was enough for a window to open. If you have a moment association with a Mahabhagavat, it's enough to give us the reality of the identity of a Mahabhagavat. If you saw Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada just for one moment, it's enough to make that impression in the heart, to be convinced, because we may hear and read about these, but to actually see that enlightened person is a big difference when everything will just open up in an instant. So sadhu sangha, even for a moment. If one asks, did I just read that? If one asks how jivas who have fallen into this material existence can attain their supreme benefit, I will reply that it can be attained by having satsanga, even for half a moment. I was sharing it the other day. My Gurudev is saying that even performing bhajan, chanting so many rounds, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh a day, is not going to reach transcendence. What will reach transcendence is developing this Vishrambha Seva, this Seva with Gurudev, unless we have this connection with Sri Guru, because he's going to give it to us. It's not something that the spirit soul is already there, transcendence. What's that Nitya Siddha, that verse I was saying yesterday? Nitya Siddha, oh, I have to get that verse. I can't believe I've forgotten it. Nitya Siddha, Kabunai. Nitya Siddha. This is the most common verse. I can't believe I've forgotten it. Nitya Siddha, Kabunai. Excuse me, just have to wait a second. I just have to catch this verse. Nityasiddha Kabunai. Nityasiddha Krishna Prem. This is a really basic verse, and I've just forgotten it. Nityasiddha Krishna Prem Sadhya Kabunai. That this Krishna Prem is an eternal reality within the jiva. Shravanadi Shuddha Chitta. Shuddha Chitta Koreya Udai. Krishna Prem is a potentiality that is eternally which eternally exists in the hearts of the living entities, just like the fire example I just said. It is not brought about by sadhan. That's what I'm saying. It's not brought about by sadhan, it's brought about by guru igniting that. It manifests itself by the mercy of a Nitya Siddha Guru in the heart purified by sadhan. We attain sukriti by our sadhan, but it's Guru's connection that's going to ignite the connection, the performance of the various limbs of bhakti, such as Shravan and Kirtan. So this is a very powerful verse. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prem Sadhu Kabunai Shravanadi Shuddha Chitta Korea Udai. Anyway, where are we? Prapti is described in Bhagavad Gita 7.14 as follows. Daivi Esha Gunamayi.
Daivi Esha Gunamayi Mama Maya Durattaya Mam Eva Ye Prapadyante Mayam Etam Tarantite.
This divine potency of mine, known as Daivi Maya, consists of the three modes of nature, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Human beings cannot cross over this Maya by their own efforts, and therefore it is very difficult to overcome. Only those who surrender unto me can cross beyond this potency of mine. So how can you surrender to Krishna? Can you do it directly? Can you just directly walk into Krishna's presence? Can you even get that access? When the Kumars, they went to Vaikuntha, how did they go to Vaikuntha? On the mercy of Narad. They went to Vaikuntha. It was by his direction. They were self-satisfied, Atmaram, rishis in Tapaloka. But on the mercy, on the indication of Narad, they approached the gates of Vaikuntha, and then they cursed Jai and Vijay, etc., that pastime. Chandidas, O great soul, I cannot understand your explanation very well. He means he doesn't realize. You can understand it with the words, but how much do we realize in our consciousnesses? How much has it stuck? I have understood that we are pure entities, and that due to our forgetfulness of Krishna, we have fallen into the hands of Maya and are bound in this world. If we obtain Krishna's mercy, we can be delivered again. Otherwise, we will remain in the same condition. So Chandidas has already received Krishna's mercy by being kicked out of his house and his family taking all his wealth. That's Krishna's mercy directly. He won't consider that as Krishna's mercy at the time, but in reflection and retrospect, he will understand that was so much mercy. And coming to Navadvip Dham with the Vaishnavi. So all this is direct Krishna's mercy. Anantadas, yes, for now it is sufficient for you to believe this much, because there is more. We will discover in the 16th chapter particularly. There's so much more to the topic of Jiva Tattva. It's ongoing. It concerns us. Yadav Das Mahashai clearly understands all these truths. Gradually you will come to understand these things from him. Yes, it's by ongoing association. It's not just first time in. Yes, someone will tell you, like, it's a whole rearrangement of our consciousnesses. It's like we have been conditioned and blanketed, not just this birth, but many, many births, to consider this material world to be the most important priority in my life. What will I achieve in this world? My mother is telling me to achieve, my father is telling me to achieve, my grandfather is expecting me to achieve. How many people are surrounded by relatives who don't have expectations of them? They believe that their happiness will come from material prosperity. Very few gifted souls get the right direction from an early childhood. And that's called sukriti, sanskar. That's good fortune. That good fortune is so much needed to carry us through. So either this life or the next life, etc. We're building our sukritis, our bank balance, so to speak. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada said, all this will come into our next life, and we'll start off where we concluded, but we should make the most of the time we are here. Gradually you will come to understand these things from him. Sri Jagadananda has written a beautiful description of the variegated conditions of the jivas in his book Prema Vivart 6, 1-13.
Chitkana Jiva, Krishna Chinmaya Bhaskara, Nitya Krishna Deki, Krishna Karen Adara, Krishna Bahir Mukha Hona, Bhog Vancha Kare, Nikatastaha Maya Tare, Japatiya Dhare.
The jiva is an infinitesimal particle of spiritual consciousness, like an atomic particle of light emanating from the sun. Sri Krishna is the complete spiritual consciousness, the transcendental sun. As long as jivas focus their attention on Krishna, they maintain reverence for him. However, when they turn their attention away from Krishna, they desire material enjoyment, and that brings suffering. Krishna's deluding potency, Maya, who is standing near them, then binds them in her embrace. That one paragraph says everything. It encapsulates everything. It's the bhakti sa, the essence. Yes, carry on.
Pishashi Paile Jain Mati Chan Hoy, Maya Grasta Jivera Hoy, Se Bhav Uday.
The dharma of the jiva who has turned away from Krishna becomes covered, just as a person's intelligence becomes covered when he is haunted by a witch. We get illusioned. The witch of Maya, Pischachi. What's that? Bhukti Mukti Spriha Yavat? Pischachi. Hridi Vartante. These witches of the heart have to be, first of all, acknowledged. It's like if we're mad and we don't acknowledge our madness, we'll always be mad. But if we acknowledge our madness, yes, I'm mad, then there's hope for sanity. Or like a drunk. If a drunk, an alcoholic, and this is very common, they don't actually confess to themselves. They don't acknowledge that they have this habitual problem. Therefore, they remain in that problem. So the first thing is to cite my debility. And in this case, we can examine ourselves. We're given enough inspiration from Shastra, from Sadhu, to become reflective on these topics and examine within myself what is in my best interest now. If I'm dedicating my life for the welfare of my soul exclusively, and more exclusively as the days go by, then only success can be in my life. Okay.
Ami Siddha Krishna Das, E Katha Bhule, Mayara Napara, Hana Chira Dira Bhule.
He forgets Bhagavan's identity and his own identity as a servant of Hari. Becoming a slave of Maya, he wanders here and there for a long time in this bewildering, material existence. Brahman Konite Ronya Bhagavan Jiva, Guru Krishna Prasad Hoy, Bhakti Lata Beach. For many, many births, I've just been wandering through these different Brahmans. Do we believe it? No. You should say yes. We believe it, but we can't believe it sufficiently. So that is also graded. How deep does our faith go? Bhaktivinoda Thakur was saying specifically today in the Falshruti, faithfully reading, faithfully following Rupa Goswami, faithfully, faith again, this deepening of Shraddha. Shraddha is the first stage.
Kabu Raja,
Raja,
Kabu
Kabu
Praja,
Braja,
Kabu
Kabu
Vipra Shudra,
Viprasudra.
Kabu Dukhi, Kabu Sukhi, Kabu Kita Shudra.
Sometimes he is a king, and sometimes a subject, sometimes a Brahmana, and sometimes a Shudra. Sometimes he is happy, sometimes distressed, and sometimes he is a tiny insect. So all that was unpacked completely in those previous paragraphs about our ahankta, this different stages of egoism, different identity, abhimans.
Kabu Swarge, Kabu Mritye, Narke Va Kabu, Kabu Deva, Kabu Daitya, Kabu Dasha Prabhu.
Sometimes he is in heaven, sometimes on earth, and sometimes in hell. Sometimes he is a deva, and sometimes a demon. Sometimes he is a servant, and sometimes he is a master. Remember who Jagadananda is, who's writing this. He's Satyabhama in Dwarka, and he has very wonderful contrary relationship with Mahaprabhu. They were school friends from the whole life. He's been with Mahaprabhu. And remember the time when he brought some oil for Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu rejected that oil. He brought that oil, that fragrant oil, all the way from Bengal into Puri, into Orissa. And Mahaprabhu said, what, do you want to make me like a dari? Like some effeminate type of sannyasi? He said, take the oil and give it to the Jagannath temple where it'll be utilized. What did Jagadananda do? He smashed the whole thing right in the courtyard. So all the oil was fragrant in Mahaprabhu's Gambhira for months and months and months and months. So he had his way in the end. And then he went to his room and locked the door for 3 days. And Mahaprabhu was coming after 3 days. Come, cook for me. Immediately, Jagadananda, he got up and he cooked. And then Mahaprabhu remarked that even when you're angry, your cooking tastes like nectar. But he had this remarkable relationship with Mahaprabhu because of his contrary nature. And Mahaprabhu would tolerate that. So many different instances. But this is who is giving us this beautiful bhajan now.
E Rupa Samsara Brahmite Kon Jana Sadhu Sange Nija Tattva Avagata Hana.
As he is wandering like this throughout material existence, if by some great good fortune he happens to obtain the association of pure bhaktas, he comes to know of his own identity, and his life then becomes meaningful. What is his identity? Jivera Surubhoy Krishnera Nityadas. That is the first understanding. That is Sanatana Goswami was asking this question. Kiami, who am I? Okay.
निज तत्व जानी और संसार ना चाहे केन वा बजिनु माया करे हाय हाय.
By his association with these bhaktas, he understands his true identity and becomes indifferent to material enjoyment. Have we at least reached this place of becoming indifferent? It's a gradual process. It's a gradual shaving down of exploiting this material world and indulging in my senses, allowing my senses to be intoxicated with the various allurements of the material world. But the principle is not to be restrictive or create a tyagi mentality. The principle is to be attracted to Krishna. There's a verse, param drisvar nivartante. When we get the higher taste, that is when the lower taste will automatically go. This is that verse I said yesterday, Vikriditam Brajavadubi Itam Cha Vishnu. That first we hear about the pastimes of Krishna, then we speak about them, then we remember them, and then Shuddha Bhakti, Param Bhaktim will actually arise in the heart. And I sent that beautiful article by my Gurudev from Venugit into our WhatsApp thread, because this is what he's talking about. Why has Krishna come? He's come anugrahaya bhaktanam manusyam deha ashtitaha. He's come to demonstrate by the beauty of his pastimes his attractive features. And that's what's going to pull us into the spiritual world, not my negation. That's not going to pull us into the spiritual. That might pull you into yoga. It's like Sharanagati itself is not bhakti. It's the threshold of bhakti. It's the beginning of bhakti. We have to know these things absolutely clearly. Okay.
कंड बोले ओ कृष्ण अमी तव दास तुम्हार चरण
No,
छड़ी.
no. Nija Tatve Jana Are Samsara. You read that
I
one?
read that. You
By
not read the.
I didn't. By his association with those bhaktas, he understands his true identity and becomes indifferent to material enjoyment. Grieving bitterly for his predicament, he laments, Alas, alas, why did I serve Maya for so long? So at least we should come to this place. Why am I serving this illusory energy in the form of government, family, everything? Of course, we have to take care of our family. We have to balance this. But the priority should be the welfare of my soul in every single instance. Okay.
कंडे बोले ओ हे कृष्ण अमी तव दास तुम्हार चरण छाड़ी होले सर्वनाश.
He cries profusely and prays at the lotus feet of Bhagavan. O Krishna, I am your eternal servant, but I have been ruined because I disregarded the service to your feet. Who knows how long I have been wandering aimlessly as the slave of Maya. There's a verse in the 11th canto, I'll post it later on, which says that the jiva crying piteously doesn't make any difference to Krishna, ultimately. We should do that for our own purification. But Krishna is not going to suddenly become sympathetic to the weeping. But if the heart is melting out of the jiva's sincerity, then the jiva will automatically mend his ways. The jiva will automatically do what activity is correct. Sometimes we get in this lamentable and we expect Krishna to suddenly throw a miracle down. It's never going to be that way. The miracle, Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, lies at the bottom of the heart, the deepest part of ourselves, when we accept our predicament and understand why we're in this predicament through my own choice. Not just one time. I said at the very beginning today, it's not a historic decision. It's like every single day. How many times are we turning away from Krishna?
काकुटी करिया कृष्ण धाके एक बार कृपा करी कृष्ण तारे चदन संसार.
O Patita Pavana, O Dinanath, please protect this destitute soul. Deliver me from your Maya and engage me in your service. If I mean that, then I'll do it. Krishna will give you the strength to do it. We're asking for that, so then do it. Well, how can Krishna help us do that?
Association.
Huh?
Give association of devotee.
Yes, that's a good answer. But we have to want the association of devotees. And when we get the association of devotees, will we take advantage of that? Sri Krishna is an ocean of mercy, and when he hears the jivas cry out in such desperation, even once, he quickly transports him across this insurmountable material energy, exactly as you said, by giving us association. When association is there, then the jiva will be reminded of his true identity. But in the end of the day, I'm saying constantly that we have to walk ourselves by ourselves.
माया के पिछने राखी कृष्ण पाने चाय बजिते बजिते कृष्ण पाद पद्म पाए. कृष्ण तारे देन निज चकित्र बाला bala, Maya akarshana chade haya dud bala.
Krishna empowers the jiva with his chit shakti so that Maya's power to attract the soul gradually wanes. Yes, it's a gradual process. The jiva then turns his back on Maya and desires to attain Krishna. He worships Krishna again and again and finally becomes competent to attain his lotus feet. There's some expectancy of the jiva. He has to live up to his desires. I mean, if you suddenly sporadically just become enthusiastic and then after a week you go back down again, flat down, that's not sufficient. We need to find that place where we can sustain, where we have become totally disregarding Maya's allurements. It takes time.
Sadhu sange Krishna nam ei matra chai, samsara jinite ar kona vastu nai.
Therefore, the only infallible method to cross this insurmountable material existence is to chant Krishna Nam in the association of bhaktas. Yes. This is our fundamental desire. Sadhu Sangha, Shadava Shastre Koi. Lava Matra, Sadhu Sangha, Sadhava Siddhi Hoy. This association of devotees. And today, in this technological environment, I'm speaking here to people in Spain, America, England. So many different countries are taking advantage of this modern technology. It's not so easy, quite frankly, to speak to a camera and kind of imagine what's on the other side, but still at the same time, something is there. So something is better than nothing. And if our talks and readings are inspiring us individually to revere and honor this Jaiva Dharma, then everything has been successful, because we know that everything is within Jaiva Dharma. We just heard Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying that Shuddha Bhakti can easily be attained if one faithfully reads this Jaiva Dharma. So we're influencing ourselves to become purified, to have these truths lodged in our hearts nicely. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. So now we come to our chapter 7, and we're on page 137. Just for your information, 2 new people have come today, so I'm unpacking a little bit extra for their benefit to keep them up to speed. 137. So yesterday we sang or read this very beautiful bhajan by Jagadananda Pandit, describing all of the Tattva Siddhanta, all the philosophy, and highlighting the jiva's nitya dharma and the why the jiva has turned away. It says at the bottom of page 135, the dharma of the jiva who has turned away from Krishna becomes covered, just as a person's intelligence becomes covered when he is haunted by a witch. So the witch of Maya has haunted the conditioned soul. But we understand that that witch of Maya has been manifested because the jiva soul desires it. It's not that Maya is a foreign body. Nothing can influence the transcendental nature of the soul except the soul itself, because the soul has absolute independence to choose between Maya and Krishna. Always the soul has this choice in every single set of circumstances. And if we make the right choices, then we can come easily to Krishna's lotus feet. It's so simple a path, and yet it eludes us because of our own attraction to material pleasure. If we always understand that the soul itself cannot enjoy matter, the soul can only relate to transcendence. The soul is happy when you're performing a transcendental seva, like if you're worshipping the deity, if you're chanting Hare Krishna nicely, in the holy Dham, if you're aware of the potency of the holy Dham. This is a transcendental environment. So the soul is awakened in that environment. So our consciousness can appreciate that. So we can come out of that gross covering of the Maya. This is why it's so purifying to come to the holy Dhams as much as we possibly can in our lives and create these sanskars, create these impressions in our consciousnesses to take away. So then it's saying he forgets Bhagavan's identity and his own identity as a servant of Hari. When I'm in my own identity as a servant of Hari, I'm completely self-realized. I'm totally satisfied. Ye atma suprasidati. I'm completely satisfied. But as soon as I act as if I'm matter, I'm dissatisfied, confused, bewildered all the time. This is the condition. As soon as I'm separating myself from Krishna. So it's all incredibly simple, but we just have to do it. It is so simple, and we hear it again and again and again, because Maya Devi is so powerful. In a second, she will cover us again. I often quote the example of Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, was one time weeping in front of the deities in one temple in America. And the devotees asked him, Prabhupada, why are you weeping? Why are you praying so deeply like this? And Prabhupada answered, he said, I'm praying not to be influenced by Maya Devi. And then the devotees were shocked. But Prabhupada, how can you be influenced by Maya? And then Prabhupada responded, you don't know how powerful Maya Devi is. She is so powerful. She can take, like Bharat Maharaj in the 5th canto. Bharat Maharaj was in a stage of Bhav Bhakti. He was meditating on the sun. King Bharat, he renounced his whole kingdom, his wife, family, everything, went to the forest and was performing very strict sadhana. And his focus was on Lord Narayan within the sun. And there's a verse there that describes that the hairs on his body were standing on end. Tears were coming from his eyes. He was completely experiencing Bhav Bhakti. And yet he became distracted by his attraction to a deer. A deer, a female deer gave birth out of fear of the roar of a lion. And then that deer, the mother deer, died, and the young deer was just floating in the river. And Bharat Maharaj, he saw all this happen right in front of him. So quickly he saved that deer. And that was the right thing to do. But then to become attached to the deer, this was his problem. This was his mistake, because he didn't have any association. And he became so attached to the deer that in his next life, he took birth as a deer. So this is how powerful Maya Devi can be. And Srimad Bhagavatam is filled with examples of the power of the illusory attraction. So we must be very respectful towards Maya Devi and know what is necessary to purify our consciousnesses to keep us away from that. Because it's always my choice that embraces the illusory. And always we have independence entirely. And we would never want to give up our independence. We're fiercely independent. But it's that sovereignty of independence that will bring us ultimately to Krishna. And it's that sovereignty of independence that also takes us away from Krishna. We have the choice, either way. This is why we must become resolutely strong through our sadhana and our bhajan. But nevertheless, our sadhana and our bhajan, as we said in the very beginning this evening, is going to wake up this eternal transcendental seed within us, but the potency of Guru is the one who has to spark that. Guru gives the Bhakti Lata Bij. That's the Krishna Seva Vasana. That's the seed of the desire to serve Krishna. This is what it's called. Krishna Seva Vasana means the desire to perform seva to Krishna. That's the nature of the jiva, our very nature, because service is the symptom of love, and the spiritual world is only abounding in pure love. So that pure love is manifested through our service as spiritual entities. All the gopis are only thinking all day how to please and satisfy Krishna. They are thinking how to please and satisfy Krishna's calm. They're always trying to make arrangements to satisfy his pleasure desires. But all these spiritual residents are only immersed in bringing Krishna pleasure, in serving Krishna as the priority, whereas this world is the perverted reflection, where we are always thinking of how to satisfy myself. It's the selfish tendency. That is our error that we just spoke about in the Falshruti, because we're trying to satisfy ourselves. All of this is so simple. It's so basic, but we have to refresh constantly. So we read this, sang this beautiful bhajan, and now we've come to the bottom of page 137. So Yadavadas is still questioning Anantadas. Yadavadas, Babaji, the sadhus of whom you are speaking are also present in this world, and they are also oppressed by the miseries of material existence. So how can they deliver other jivas? This is actually his error. The self-realized sadhu is not oppressed, but he's trying to help the conditioned souls. Anantadas, it is a fact that sadhus also live in this world, but there is a significant difference between the earthly life of sadhus and that of the jivas who are bewildered by Maya. Although the earthly lives of both appear to be the same from the outside, internally there is a vast difference. Moreover, the association of sadhus is very rare, because even though sadhus are always present, the common man cannot recognize them. They don't recognize them because they're afraid, because they feel if they do recognize them, they'll have to give up their material desires. And they don't want to give up their material desires. They're making their schedule, their arrangement for this whole life, for their acquirement of various wealth, etc., their material growth. There are two categories of jivas who have fallen into the clutches of Maya. Some are completely absorbed in insignificant worldly pleasures and have tremendous regard for this material world. Yes, they have so much respect for the material world because they have so much that they want from this material world. We see that people who fall in line with the government narrative, so to speak, it's because they have an agenda in that material world. They actually want something from this material world. They want respect ultimately in the material world. So they work for that respect of the material world for themselves. That's their error. Whereas others are dissatisfied with the insignificant pleasures of Maya and employ finer discrimination in the hope of attaining a superior quality of happiness. This is like those who are aspiring for moksha, not necessarily bhakti. Consequently, the people of this world may be roughly divided into two groups: those who lack the power to distinguish between spirit and matter, and those who possess such spiritual insight. We said the other day this Udita Vivek and Anudita Vivek. These two names are very good to have in our vocabulary. Udita is like rising. Vivek means intelligence. So when our intelligence is rising, these types of people are called Udita Vivek. And those whose intelligence is not rising, they're not discriminating between spirit and matter, they're totally immersed in matter, they're Anudita Vivek, which is the opposite. Udila, we sing a beautiful bhajan, Udila Arana, about the sun rising. So this Udita means rising, rising intelligence. Consequently, the people of this world may roughly divide into two groups: those who lack the power to distinguish between spirit and matter, and those who possess the spiritual insight. Some people refer to those who have no such insight as material sense enjoyers. and to those who have insight as mumukshus, those who seek liberation. Yes, that was the alternative. When I use the word mumukshu here, I am not referring to Nirbhed Brahm Gyanis, those who seek the Nirvishesh Brahm through the process of monistic knowledge. Those who are exasperated with the miseries of material existence and seek their own true spiritual identity are known as mumukshus in the Vedic Shastras. The word mumukshu literally means the desire for mukti, liberation. It's not the desire for bhakti yet. It hasn't evolved. When a mumukshu gives up this desire for liberation and engages in worshipping Bhagavan, his bhajan is known as Shuddha Bhakti. So when we come from that stage of desiring liberation, to be happy in this world, beyond the material pushings of this world, then Bhakti Devi can rise. The Shastras do not order one to give up mukti. Rather, when a person who desires liberation gains knowledge of the truth of Krishna and the jivas, he is liberated at once. This is confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam as follows. Rajo bi sama sankiryata pratavir iha janatava. Tesham ye chenanhante shreyo vai manujad aya. The jivas of this world are as innumerable as particles of dust. Among all these living entities, very few attain higher life forms, such as those of the human beings, devas and gandharvas, and very few of those adopt higher religious principles. Prayo mumukshavas tesham chinanaiva dvijotma mumukshunam sahasreshu kaschin muchyate siddhyate. O best of the Brahmanas, amongst those who adopt higher religious principles, very few strive for liberation, and out of many thousands who strive for liberation, one may actually attain the perfected or liberated state. This is how rare this path is. Munuktonam apisidanam narayana parayana su durulabha prashantatma kotishva pi mahamune. O great sage, among many millions of such liberated and perfected souls, a devotee who is fully peaceful and exclusively devoted to Sri Narayan is extremely rare. And this is still not even the rarest. So when we start to appreciate the gradations within spiritual practice, this is very, very helpful. Bhaktas of Krishna are even more rare than those of Narayan, for they have surpassed the desire for liberation and are already situated in the liberated state. Those devotees in Vaikuntha, they are in a liberated condition. They have not come beyond the liberated condition. Those four liberated states in Vaikuntha, that's Sharsti, Samipya, Salokya, Sarupya. They are the liberated states of Vaikuntha. But they don't go beyond that Aishwarya conception of worship of the Lord. They don't come to the very personal place in Madhurya Dham of even Ayodhya or Dwarka or especially Vrindavan. They remain in this world as long as the body endures, but their earthly existence is categorically different from that of the materialists. The bhaktas of Krishna live in this world in two conditions, as householders or renunciants. So he's described very deeply the answer to that question that Yadav is asking, that the sadhus, they also have to endure the sufferings of this world, but actually the sadhus, they don't endure that because they don't get attached to anything of this world. But that sadhu is very, 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 very rare. That's what he's delineated. Yadavadas. The Bhagavatam shlokas, which you just quoted, refer to four categories of people who possess spiritual insight. Out of these four, which type of association is considered sadhu sangha? Anantadas. There are four categories of people who possess spiritual insight. Viveki, those who are conscientious. Mimukshu, those who desire liberation. Mukta, those who are liberated. And Bhakta. Among these, the association of Vivekis and Mimukshus is beneficial for Vishayas, gross materialists. A Vishaya is a gross materialist. Muktas are either liberated individuals with an insatiable thirst for transcendental rasa, or impersonalists who pride themselves on being liberated. Only association with the first type of muktas is beneficial. Nirbhed Mayavadis are offenders, and association with them is forbidden for all. Such people have been condemned in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:2-32. Yenye Ravindaksha Vimukta Maninas Tvai Ashta Bhavad Avishuddha Budaya Aruya Krichrena Param Padam Tata Patyantyadyo Nidrita Yushmad Anugraya. O lotus-eyed Lord, those who do not take shelter of your lotus feet vainly consider themselves to be liberated. Their intelligence is impure because they are devoid of affection and devotion for you, and in reality they are Bada Jivas. Even though such people attain the platform of liberation by undergoing severe austerities or spiritual practices, they fall from that position due to neglecting your lotus feet. So devotion to Krishna is the only principal consideration. How much devotion can I inspire in my heart during this very short birth of mine? And we have every opportunity to do that because we have the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this particular age, at this particular time. And his mercy comes in a very tangible form of the Hare Krishna mantra. When we take that Hare Krishna mantra, immediately the consciousness becomes influenced by that. And when that consciousness is liberated from matter, which is what the Hare Krishna mantra will do, then we have the opportunity to go beyond liberation. If we come in the right association and we are directed in that way. If we don't have the right association, we'll just still aspire for liberation or shantaras. Be peaceful, be happy, have a nice material setup. Everything will be functioning nicely in my life. Yes, that'll be enough. That'll be all I want. That's like, material liberation. But that's not the place we want to linger. That's a very dangerous place because then again and again and again, we'll just keep taking birth. We want to get that enthusiastic energy to move forward, move beyond liberation. The fourth category of discriminating souls, the bhaktas, are attracted either to Bhagavan's opulent and majestic feature, Aishwarya, or to his sweet and intimate feature, Madhurya. The association of Bhagavan's bhaktas is beneficial in all respects, particularly if one takes shelter of those bhaktas who are immersed in his sweetness, Vishuddha Bhakti Ras. The transcendental mallows of bhakti will manifest in one's heart. We have to pray for this. Once we understand what is the goal, what is the conclusion, then we can clearly aspire for that. And as soon as we aspire for that transcendental goal, all the transcendental personalities will come and immediately assist us to reach that goal, no doubt. All our Guru Vargya, they want to see the conditioned souls become immersed in the teachings of Rupa Goswami, for example, the teachings of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, which we're studying, the teachings of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, the teachings of all our Guru Vargya. If we can become immersed in their teachings, then these personalities, they are with us. We're reading Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Jaivadharma now. This was the place where Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote Jaivadharma. Don't doubt for a second that his influence and atmosphere isn't solidly here. It's completely here for anyone to access. By the way, I was thinking to just invite anyone who's watching the live stream that we have a guest house here, which is quite large. And it's a beautiful ashram. We have cows, we have home cooking on wood fire, and there's about 7, 8, 9 rooms, and they're all very comfortable. We're building a newer guest house next door, and anyone's invited to actually come and spend as much time as they want to remember Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and to remember Sriman Mahaprabhu in this holy dham. So there's facility. Everything is here. We just need to have the enthusiasm to actually come. Rupa Goswami, he says this verse, Tannama Rupa Charitadi Sukirtana Smitya Kramana Rasana Manasidyoja Tishtem Braje Tanuragi Janugami Kalam Nayam Akilam Iti Upadesharam. The essence of all advice is to reside in the holy dhams and follow the residence of the holy dhams. That means the Nityasiddha Parikas of Mahaprabhu and those eternal Parikas of Sri Krishna in Vrindavan, the gopis. So all of that opportunity is there for us. That was just a plug for this place. Yadavadas, you have explained that bhaktas live in 2 conditions. Kindly explain this clearly so that people like myself who have limited intelligence may understand easily. Now, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is crafting these personalities, Yadav Das, for example, and demonstrating his humility. He's inquiring prashna from Guru Anantadas, and his whole mood is humility. He's saying that he's not intelligent. He doesn't understand these things. When someone presents themselves in a very humble mood, then it's very easy to channel and funnel transcendental knowledge into them, into their hearts. So Mahaprabhu has given this verse, Trinadapi Sunichena Tarodapi Suhishana. This is the principal characteristic of the Vaishnava. The principal characteristic of the conditioned soul is pride. He's proud of everything. He's proud of his family, his bank balance. He's proud of his clothes, his shoes, anything. Anything he's proud of. This is the state of conditioned life. Whereas the Vaishnava, he has no humility in that regard because he knows everything belongs to the Lord anyway. And he knows he's a sold out servant of the Lord. So Yadavadas is presenting himself these questions very humbly. We have the verse, Tadvidi Pranipratena. Pranipratena means surrender. Tadvidi Pranipratena Pradiprashena means inquire submissively and with service. And then Guru Janinas Tattva Darshanaha. Guru who has knowledge can impart that knowledge. Anantadas. Bhaktas are either Grihastha Bhaktas, householders, or Tyagi Bhaktas, those who have renounced householder life. Yadavadas, please describe the nature of Grihastha Bhaktas' relationship with this world. So this is very pertinent because most of the devotees are in the Grihastha ashram, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes very supportive comments about the Grihastha ashram. But in the end of this chapter, my Gurudev writes a very supportive commentary of the Brahmachari and Sannyas ashram, because Bhaktivinoda Thakur is so liberal. It's Kali Yuga, but my Gurudev is giving the other side of the coin. So we will read this footnote, which is about 5 or 6 pages long at the end of this chapter. Yadavadas, please describe the nature of the Grihastha Bhakta's relationship with this world. Anantadas, one does not become a Grihastha simply by building a house and living in it. The word Griha or Grihastha refers to the household that one establishes by accepting a suitable wife in marriage according to Vedic rules and regulations. A bhakta who resides in such a condition and practices bhakti is known as a Grihastha bhakta. The jiva who is bound by maya sees form and color through the eyes. He hears sound through the ears. He smells fragrance through the nose. He touches with the skin, and he tastes with the tongue. The jiva enters the material world through these 5 senses and becomes attached to it. The more attached he is to gross matter, the more distant he is from Prananath, the Lord of his life. Sri Krishna and his condition is called Sri Krishna, and his condition is called Bahirmukh Samsara. Consciousness directed outwards towards mundane existence. Those who are intoxicated with this mundane existence are known as Vishayis, those who are attached to worldly sense objects. When bhaktas live as grihastas, they are not like the Vishayas, who merely seek to gratify their senses. A householder's dharma, patni, wife, who is one's partner in realizing nitya dharma, is a dashi, or maidservant of Krishna, and so are his sons and daughters. That's the view of the grihasta with his family. He's living in, he's considering his house to be an ashram, and he's considering the center of the household to be Krishna, and he's considering his wife to be a dharma patni, who's going to accompany him in his quest for nitya dharma. This mood should be there. The eyes of all the family members are satisfied to behold the form of the deity and objects related to Krishna. Their ears become fully satisfied to hear Harikatha and narrations of the lives of great sadhus. Their noses experience satisfaction by smelling the aroma of tulsi and other fragrant objects offered to the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. So in other words, all their senses are now engaged in Krishna's service, not engaged in trying to find pleasure from the material world. Their tongues taste the nectar of Krishna Nam and the remnants of food offered to Krishna. Their skin feels delight through touching the limbs of Sri Hari's bhaktas. Their hopes, activities, desires, hospitality to guests, and service to the deity are all subordinate to their service to Krishna. Indeed, their entire life is a great festival consisting of Krishna Nam, mercy to jivas, and service to Vaishnavas. Just as we see in the example of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's life. Only Grihastha Bhaktas can possess material objects and utilize them without becoming attached to them. It is most appropriate for jivas in the age of Kali to become Grihastha Vaishnavas, for then there is no fear of falling down. So there's a very lengthy purport that my Gurudev gives at the end of this chapter. So I think we should stop here, and let me just see how much further this... Oh, we can finish this part here. Only Grihastha Bhaktas can possess material objects and utilize them without becoming attached to them. It is most appropriate for jivas in the age of Kali to become Grihastha Bhakta Vaishnavas, for then there is no fear of falling down. Bhakti can also be developed fully from this position. Many Grihastha Vaishnavas are gurus who are well versed in the fundamental truths of the Shastra. If the children of such saintly Vaishnavas are also pure Vaishnavas, Goswamis, they too are counted as Grihastha Bhaktas. Then this is why the association of Grihastha Bhaktas is particularly beneficial for the jivas. So it's described very beautifully the recommended life for a Grihastha Bhakta. He's described, first of all, it's called a Grihamedi, those in Grihastha life who don't follow the principles correctly. So they will have all kinds of afflictions and difficulties and disturbances in their lives. But those who follow these examples of pure Grihastha life can have auspiciousness within their life. So we'll leave it there for today and continue tomorrow. So very beautiful explanations. This is like a encyclopedia of directions for the bhaktas to absorb and embrace in their lives. So Jaiva Dhamma ki jai. Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Gold Premanandi. So we've come to our 7th chapter, And yesterday we discussed much about the Grihasta Ashram and many principles about the Grihasta Ashram. And it was saying on page 143 on the second paragraph down, it's saying that, I'll just read this second paragraph again. Consider for a moment that most of Sriman Mahaprabhu's associates were Grihasta Bhaktas, and so were many Rajarishis, saintly kings, and Devarishis, great sages from ancient times. Dhruva, Prahlad, and the Pandavas were all Grihasta Bhaktas. You should know that Grihasta Bhaktas are also highly respected in this world. So this is what Ananta Das, this is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving this teaching, that the glories of the Grihasta Ashram. But now I want today to discuss the footnote that my Gurudev has given us on this particular point. Because my Gurudev considered that it's on page 155. We're going to discuss this comment by my, it's not a comment, but it's a very clear directive. When we were publishing this, because it's a very heavy mood that my Gurudev is offering to balance Bhaktivinoda Thakur's statements about the Grihasta Ashram being okay. Everyone, almost like everyone should be in the Grihasta Ashram, to the exclusion of the brahmacharis or sannyasis. My Gurudev was a very renounced person, and he knew the joys of renounced living, and he knew the joys of brahmachari life also. So he wants to balance this conception, because this conception should be balanced. It's not that everybody has to suddenly go into the Griha. You might read this, you might be a brahmachari, you might even be a sannyasi, and think, why am I in this ashram? I should go into the Grihasta ashram. It's safe. Why should I follow this austere, renounced path? Why don't I just go in? But if we go into that path, then there is so much extra suffering to be. Bhaktivinoda Thakur himself had 10 children, and he had to carefully get all of them married, deal with all the grandchildren and so on. But because he was a Mahabhagavat, he was able to do that flawlessly. At the same time, maintain his district magistrate position, and doing his so much writing, etc. But for general jivas, yes, it is a safe place, because you can't fall lower than the Grihasta ashram. If you're in the Grihasta ashram, you can't go any lower. So there's some stability in that sense. But the liberation in the celibate orders, there's 3 orders that are celibate, and only one that is not celibate: the brahmachari, the vanaprast, and the sannyas. These in the varnas, these 3 in the ashrams rather, these 3 orders are celibate, which is a great impetus and strength for spiritual practice. So let's read from page 155 now. And we're reading the note from page 141. Oh yes, when we took this to Srila Gurudev and said, you really want to put this in the book because it's very strong. He said, yes, we must. Anyway, so we included. So we should read. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has stated that in the age of Kali, it is recommended that all jivas become Grihasta Vaishnavas, for in this there is no fear of falling down. The meaning of this statement is that it is the duty of all humans beings to live in an unfallen condition and engage in the service of Vishnu and Vaishnavas. It's not the purpose of jivas to live in a Vishaya place where we can enjoy something of the senses. That's not the purpose. However, it is not the intention of the author to instruct that everyone must be a Grihasta, and that in the age of Kali, no one should accept any ashram other than the Grihasta ashram. Those who are heavily influenced by material qualities of passion and ignorance, who are excessively attached to material sense enjoyment, and who have a strong inclination towards the path of fruitive action, Pravriti Marg, are recommended to accept marriage and follow the Grihastha Dharma in order to counteract these tendencies. So that's pretty strong. That's really direct. He has to speak in this way because it's a very powerful topic when someone is considering this ashram. Their whole being is about to embark on a change of circumstances. If you've been in the Brahmachari ashram and then you come into the Grihastha ashram, it's a total change completely. Are recommended to accept marriage and follow the Grihastha Dharma in order to counteract these tendencies. On the other hand, those whose nature is of the quality of goodness and purity and who follow the path of detachment, nivritti marg, should not marry and thus become fallen. So they should not marry. In the Vishnu Purana, we find the following statement regarding ashram. You can chant.
वर्णाश्रमं चार्वात् पुरुषेण परपुमान् विष्णुराराध्यते पन्त नान्यत्तत्तोषं कारणम्.
Sri Vishnu is worshipped only by carrying out one's prescribed duties in Varnashram. There is no other way to please him. Why does Krishna advent in India only? Krishna only advents in Bharatvash. Why? Because there's Varnashram. Because previously the Varnashram system flourished. He doesn't advent anywhere where that system is not, because that system produces human beings. If there's no Varnashram, then actually we're Antyaja, and we're not really acting on the human platform. It's more like animals, so exploitive of the environment, so much filled with passion and ignorance, and anxious to take something from this world. This is the condition of the countries outside of India. India is also very much like that now, because this Varnashram system is like pretty much dead in many respects. But Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he described it like a dead elephant. Even a dead elephant, when you see a dead elephant, is very powerful. He invokes a potency. And we see in the villages that many of this the dharmic behavior is carried on carefully. So in India, there is much strain there, but it's not anything like at the level that it was previously. So this Varnashram system is, Prabhupada, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada wanted to introduce this in the Western world, but it was impossible for him to do. In this shloka, the word ashram refers not only to the Grihastha ashram, but to all four ashrams. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11:17-14, there is the following statement regarding ashram.
गृहाश्रमो जङ्गनाथ ब्रह्मचार्यं मृदो मम वक्षस्थलाद् वने वासः सन्न्यासः शिरसि स्थितः.
The Grihastha ashram has sprung from the thighs of my universal form, the Brahmachari ashram from my heart, the Vanaprastha ashram from my chest, and the Sannyas ashram from my head. These are the four ashrams described in the Shastra. One of the characteristics of a Vaishnava is engaging in the worship of Sri Vishnu while remaining in the ashram for which he is eligible. At present, there is no shortage of examples of this. In this very book, the characters Prem Das, Vaishnava Das, Ananta Das, and many other qualified instructors are sannyasis, brahmacharis, and griha tyagis. Griha tyagi is someone who has been in the or is in the had been in the Grihastha ashram and is no longer there. Another point is that not all the followers of the author, Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur, are Grihastha Bhaktas. Some of them are brahmacharis and some have given up householder life and are situated in the higher order, sannyas, and are thus fit to instruct the world. In the third chapter, sannyas is referred to as the topmost ashram. The same conclusion is expressed in Srimad Bhagavatam 11:17-15, the crest jewel of all Shastras.
वर्णानाम् आश्रमाणांश्च जन्मभूमि अनुसरणिः आसान् प्रकृत्यो नृणां निश्चैर्निश्चितोत्तमः.
The varnas and ashrams of humanity are possessed of higher and lower natures in accordance with the higher and lower places on Bhagavan's universal body from which they appeared. The conclusion of this statement is that sannyas is the highest of the four ashrams and grihasta is the lowest. The brahmachari ashram is situated above the grihasta ashram, and the vanaprastha ashram is situated above the brahmachari ashram. These ashrams are related to the acquired tendency arising from one's temporary nature. It's temporary. Of course, it's temporary. It's just applicable to the body. Gopi Bhartu Kamala, what's that? Naham Vipro Na Chandrapati Vaishnava Shudra, Naham Vani Na Chagaranya Vashyatyo Dova, Kinto Bryan Nikhila Paramananda Puramridabda, Gopi Bhartu Kamalayo Das. I'm not a brahmachari, I'm not a sannyasi, I'm not a vanaprastha, I'm not a brahman, I'm not a kshatriya, I'm not a sudra, I'm not a vaishya. I'm an eternal servant of the servant of the servant of the Lord of the gopis, or that person who's controlled by the gopis. Like Varna, ashrams are also divided according to nature, tendency, and work. Men of lower nature who are inclined to engage in fruitive action are compelled to become grihastas. Naishtika brahmacharis, those who adopt a lifelong vow of celibacy, are the wealth of Sri Krishna's heart. Vanaprastha renunciants have appeared from Krishna's chest, and sannyasis, who are the reservoirs of auspicious qualities, have arisen from his head. The brahmacharis, vanaprasthas, and sannyasis are therefore all superior to the grihastas, but one remains ineligible to enter into these three superior ashrams as long as a taste for the path of renunciation has not awakened in the heart. In the Manu Samhita, it is said,
न मांसा भक्षेन दोषे न मध्ये न च मैथुने प्रवृत्तिरेष भूतानां निवृत्तिस्तु महाफलः.
human beings are naturally inclined to the pleasures of meat eating, intoxication, and sexual indulgence, but abstinence from such activities yields highly beneficial results. This is corroborated in the Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.11.
लोके व्यवस्मिंसा मध्ये सेवा नित्या हि जनतोर्न हि तत्र चोदना व्यवस्थितस्तेषु विवाह यज्ञ सुरग्रहैर् आशु निर्वृत्तिर् इष्ट.
In this world, it is observed that people have a natural tendency towards sexual enjoyment, meat eating, and intoxication. Shastra cannot sanction engagement in such activities, but special provisions have been given whereby some association with the opposite sex is permitted through marriage. Some eating of flesh is permitted through performance of sacrifice, and the drinking of wine is permitted in the ritual known as Suryamani Yagya. The purpose of such injunctions is to restrain the licentious tendencies of the general populace and to establish them in moral conduct. Morality is not the goal of life also, but unless you're moral, you cannot access that plane of goodness. It's not that if I can become completely, totally freed from these um, uh, sinful acts that I'm immediately eligible to come to Krishna. We still have to surrender first to Krishna, Sharanagat, there has to be the process, and then anartha nivriti, etc. The process has to go on. So morality is not the goal of life. Nevertheless, one can't perform the function of a sadhak without adhering carefully to these moralistic injunctions. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada again. I mean, it's the perfect example because he came into the land of the Antijas. He came into the land of the barbarians. And all those interested in spiritual life, for whatever reason, liberation or whatever, immediately they embrace these four regulative principles, Prabhupada called them. In the world of Bharatvash in India, they don't, if you're taking initiation somewhere, you don't have to take those four because it's understood that from birth you followed those four principles. You don't have to have it as a special consideration. But in the Antioja lands, that has to be, those injunctions have to be in place straight away. The intrinsic purpose of the Vedas in making such provisions is to draw people away from such activities altogether. That's the purpose. In many other Shastras, the superiority of the path of renunciation has been delineated. At the end of the 10th chapter of this book, Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur has cited the above mentioned Bhagavatam shloka and drawn the following conclusion. It is not the purpose of Shastra to encourage the killing of animals. The Vedas state, Ma himsyat sarvani bhutani, do not harm any living entity. The statement forbids violence to animals. However, as long as a person's nature is strongly influenced by passion and ignorance, he will have a natural inclination towards sexual enjoyment, meat eating, and intoxication. Such a person does not await the sanction of Vedas to engage in such activities. The intent of the Vedas is to provide a means whereby human beings who have not adopted the quality of goodness and thus renounce the tendency for violence, sexual enjoyment, and intoxication can curb such tendencies and satisfy these demands through the agency of religion. So, through the agency of religion, we can morally become astute, we can become fixed and strong in our moral principles through the agency of religion. But this is not the purpose of religion, as I've said. It's like saying that dharma is the purpose of religion. There is something beyond that. People who are conducted by these lower tendencies may associate with the opposite sex through religious marriage. They may kill animals only through certain prescribed methods of sacrifice, and they may take intoxication only on certain occasions and by following certain procedures. By following these methods, their tendency towards these activities will wane and they will gradually give them up. We see, for example, in the Western world, every single billboard has practically a naked woman on it. All advertising is geared to the attraction of the opposite sex. And so Bhaktivedanta Swami used to say that the demons love sex. And we see the whole Western world, how it's geared to sex life, gross and subtle. The subtle aspect is wanting that fame, adoration, and distinction. This is the subtle aspect of sex life. So we see this very prominently in the West. So we shouldn't be bewildered, and we should be understanding that we're breaking our tradition of being antyaja just by coming into this process of Krishna consciousness, where we embrace these four regulative principles for our own upliftment. Therefore, the Grihastha ashram is necessary in Kali Yuga in order to draw people away from the path of fruitive action and towards the path of renunciation. It was never the intention of the author to suggest that those who are eligible for the highest order of life should become Grihastha. Later in this same chapter, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has expressed the purpose of marriage in the following words. One should not enter marriage for the purpose of begetting children or to worship the forefathers. Rather, one should think, I accept the maidservant of Krishna. I accept this maidservant of Krishna so that we may be able to assist each other in the service of Krishna. Not that the husband and wife will exploit each other for their various material desires. Because we see, even in the society of devotees, what is the divorce rate? It's pretty high, believe me. It's not steady. So the devotees on their road for purification are still confused about this. They've still been exploiting each other in their marital situations. This is not encouraged. This attitude is favorable to bhakti. Consequently, those who marry without a desire for children can actually be true Grihastha Vaishnavas. When a man truly regards his wife as a maidservant of Krishna, there is no scope for regarding her as an object for his own pleasure. Instead, his mood will be one of adoration, but at the same time, to bring Vaishnavas into the world is encouraged. If you have a truly stable ashram in the Grihastha life, and you bring children into that ashram, this is very beneficial for the world also. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he said, after 3 generations, these children will be born as pure devotees. Pure devotees, they will be born. So don't misunderstand this also, that bringing children into the world in Paka, Grihastha ashrams, families, is very conducive for Krishna consciousness. But if it's done just with a mode of exploitation, it's very simple to understand. This is you just have to use our common sense to understand what's being said here. When a man truly regards his wife as a maidservant of Krishna, there is no scope for regarding her as an object of his own pleasure. Instead, his mood will be one of adoration, and they will serve each other. It is a fact that there are statements that sanction the desire for children, such as putrata, kriyata, bharya. A wife is accepted for the purpose of having children, but the implication here is that one should desire to beget servants of Krishna and not ordinary mundane children. We don't have them just for our pleasure. Oh, kuchi kuchi ku, how wonderful and sweet. We have them for the purpose of bringing them to the Vaishnava standards from birth. This is what I said before. The word putra, son, is derived from the word put, which refers to a particular hellish planet, and tra is derived from the verbal root meaning to deliver. Thus, the traditional significance of the word putra is to beget a son who can deliver one from hell by offering oblations after one's demise. All Indian families, all think like this. They are all fanatically wanting their sons and daughters to be married. They live for this, and they coerce them and bully them and convince them from an early age that you have to get married. You're very lucky, Gokul, that no one has pushed you in this direction. Thus, the traditional significance of the word putra is to beget a son who can deliver one from hell by offering oblations to after one's demise. However, there is no possibility that Vaishnavas who regularly chant Sri Harinam will go to the hell known as Put. Therefore, they do not desire putras, but servants of Krishna. Huge difference. We're not desiring for our own benefit. We're desiring for the mission of Mahaprabhu to perpetuate itself. That is our desire. And if we can beget wonderful Vaishnava children and educate them in the precepts of Mahaprabhu, then that is greatly to the advantage of Mahaprabhu's mission. So that should be encouraged. Gradually, a man who is bound by material conditioning and who pursues the path of fruitive action indulges in sexual intercourse with a woman in order to satisfy his lusty propensities. Children are born only as a byproduct of that desire. This is the reason why people these days are generally of a lustful nature, because they've been born from a lustful union. If you've been born without a proper Garbha Sanskar, then the result will be that you will be of a lusty nature also, if you're not coming in that line. Whereas if you're born in a Vaishnava family, then you will be born when the mother is ready to receive the seed of the father at an auspicious moment when both have engaged in auspicious activities during that day, and we call it a sacrifice will be performed, and they will engage in union specifically to have a Krishna conscious child. But if some apparent lovers just have union, sexual intercourse in any place at any time, then what is going to be the product of that? Because the spirit souls are in the ether, and they will choose which body they will advent in, they will manifest in. And a Vaishnava will manifest in the body when he sees the Vaishnava family has engaged correctly, then he will come into that seed. But if it can be anybody, if there's no proper sanskar. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he established this very strongly in the ISKCON society. Very strongly indeed. It was good. Generally, this is the reason why people these days are generally of a lustful nature, as it is commonly said, Atmavat jayate putra, a son takes after his father. Although the Grihastha ashram is the lowest of the four ashrams, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has recommended it with a desire to benefit everyone of the world in the world. His recommendation is especially directed towards people whose mentality is similar to that of Chandidas and Damayanti, actually great souls who naturally follow the path of detachment by the influence of the Sukriti they have acquired in previous lives will never become entangled in domestic life by accepting marriage. Such elevated people still have the opportunity to fall, but where is the question of falling for people who are already fallen? So better to remain in the brahmachari or sannyas ashram, or the brahmachari ashram rather. In the sannyas ashram, there's no question of falling. If you transgress that ashram, then you should jump in the Jamuna or Ganga and finish your life. There's no hope. If a Naishtika brahmachari or a sannyasi were to misunderstand the underlying meaning of the above mentioned instruction, and on the basis of those words were to give up their brahmachari or sannyas, and in contravention to Shastra marry one of their disciples, a god sister, or some other woman, or were to advise other brahmachari or sannyasis to do so, then such a pitiable, base, and atheistic person would be indeed rare in the history of the world. This is why my Gurudev is writing this. There will be sannyasis and brahmacharis who will read this before they've read this footnote and think, oh, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is recommending the Grihastha life, so I should immediately go into the Grihastha life. My Gurudev is saying he's not recommending it at the expense of these other two ashrams. A second point is that it is highly disgraceful for unqualified people to adopt the dress of brahmacharis, tyagis, or sannyasis, to imitate their behavior, and to consider themselves equal to or great personalities situated in those ashrams. Such people are like Shrigal Vasudev, the jackal who impersonated Sri Krishna, and whose narration has been described in Srimad Bhagavatam, Harivams, and Chaitanya Bhagavat, and other shastras. People who are situated in a lower stage and who are attracted to the path of this story of the jackal is very interesting. This jackal, what happened? He got covered in some dye, I think, a blue dye from the holy festival, and everyone suddenly thought he was a greatly elevated jackal and they started to worship him. But actually, on a full moon night, he suddenly started howling like a jackal again. And everyone realized, oh, he's just a jackal, before they thought he was something. Anyway, you can all read this pastime, or we'll publish it if we can. And who are attached to the path of fruitive action should first curb the deplorable tendency towards lust by becoming lawfully married according to religious principles. The purpose of the Shastras is to guide all living beings towards the path of detachment. Even in the Grihastha ashram, you should be walking towards detachment. The Brahma Vaivarta Purana, Krishna Kand 115, 112, 113 states,
अश्वमेधं ग्वाललम्बं सन्न्यासं फलपैतृकं देवारेण सुतोपतिं कलौ पञ्च विवर्जते.
in Kali Yuga, 5 activities are forbidden: the offering of a horse in sacrifice, the offering of a cow in sacrifice, the acceptance of sannyas, offering flesh to the forefathers, and begetting children through a husband's brother. Now, we can unpack this at length, but I actually personally want to conclude this footnote today. So tomorrow we can go back to our regular reading. So we'll go for an extra few minutes, and I'm just going to read straight through. I'll try not to stop and make any comment. Some people try to establish on the basis of this shloka that the acceptance of sannyas is forbidden in Kali Yuga. However, this shloka has a hidden intention. The purpose of this shloka is not to forbid sannyasis altogether. Indeed, many great personalities who appeared in Kali Yuga were tyagis or sannyasis, including Ramanuja, Sri Madhava, Sri Vishnu Swami, and other acharyas, who were well acquainted with all the Shastras, as well as the crown jewel of all Acharyas, the six Goswamis, who were bhaktas of Sri Gora. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself accepted this sannyas. The pure succession of sannyas is continuing even today. The injunction against accepting sannyas in Kali Yuga actually means that it is improper to accept the Ekadanda sannyas that evolved from the unauthorized line of thought propagated by Acharya Sankara, and which is expressed in maxims such as Ham, Soham, I am Brahm, and Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahm. It is this type of sannyas that has been forbidden. Very clear. The Mayavad sannyasis. This is forbidden. Tridanda sannyas is the real perpetual sannyas, and it is applicable at all times. Sometimes Tridanda sannyas externally appears to the form of Ekadanda sannyas. Sometimes Tridanda sannyas externally appears in the form of Ekadanda sannyas. Ekadanda sannyas of this type, who are actually great souls, accept the eternality of Tridandi sannyas that symbolizes three features of seva, the object of service, sevak, the servant, and seva, service. They have three sticks. In the Ekadanda has one stick, but the Tridandi have three. Such people consider the Ekadanda sannyas propagated by Sankar to be completely unauthorized and not supported by Shastra. It is therefore proven, even on the basis of the Brahma Vivar Purana shloka cited by Smarta Acharyas, that it is logical for sadhaks who are pursuing the Nivritti Marg to accept sannyasis. So there's probably a few questions remaining about this, but I can answer those separately at another time. So we'll come back tomorrow to our place of 143. And thank you all for bearing with me to read this footnote. I think it's very, very relevant and very important in connection with the chapter that we've read about the Grihastas. Otherwise, you'll just go off on a tangent thinking, yes, why not just walk away from this brahmachari ashram or sannyas ashram and get married? Because Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying it. People will think like that. So my Gurudev wanted to balance that misconception. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jai Vedama ki jai, Go Premanande. So we've come to page 143, and I would like to get to the end of this chapter today, but I don't think I'm going to, but we'll try. It's very intense, the rest of this chapter. We spoke about the Grihasta ashram, and now this chapter is going to talk about the renounced ashram. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur is going to give us the bar, so to speak. What is the correct mood to enter into that ashram? It's very, very high. So we'll read it through, and I'll try not to speak too much because I actually want to read more than speak today. So I'll try if it's possible. So I'll just recap. So we've been hearing about the Grihasta ashram and the steady nature of it. Bhaktivinoda Thakur has been recommended that this Grihasta ashram is good for this age because you can't become more fallen than being in the Grihasta ashram. So I read my Gurudev's footnote, which balances things out, because my Gurudev is making space for the brahmacharis and the sannyasis. They have to be acknowledged and be given encouragement to go into that ashram, but the qualifications are very high. So we'll start in the middle of page 143, Yadav Das. If Grihasta Bhaktas are so highly respected and dear to everyone, why do some of them renounce householder life? Good question, huh? If they're so good, why do they leave their householder life? Anantadas, some Grihasta Bhaktas are eligible to renounce their householder life, but such Vaishnavas are very few in this world, and their association is rare. So he's starting off by showing its rarity. Yadav Das, kindly explain how one becomes eligible to renounce household life. Anantadas, human beings have two tendencies, Bahirmukh, pravriti, the outward tendency, and Antarmukh, pravriti, the inward tendency. You see, Mataji was asking me about the different Sanskrit words. It's explained every time. It's there. The Vedas refer to these two tendencies as being focused outwards towards the external world and focused inwards towards the soul. It doesn't mean materially introverted necessarily or materially extroverted necessarily. It means my desires are not in the material world, they're more internal. It doesn't mean that because you're born an introvert, it's not talking about material characteristics here. That's not the meaning, not the real meaning. It's to deliberately look within to the soul's welfare and not spend a lot of time building temples and running around in the external world, but trying to focus internally to connect, unless we've been instructed by our guru to build temples, etc., etc. When the pure spiritual soul forgets, did I read all of this?
Yes.
When the pure spiritual soul forgets his true identity, he falsely identifies the mind as the self. This is very thick, dense. You have to listen carefully. Although the mind is really only a part of the subtle material body. What is the subtle body? Mind, intelligence, and false ego. That's the subtle body. You can't see it. It's subtle. So the mind is subtle. Having identified with the mind in this way, the soul takes assistance from the doorways of the senses and becomes attracted to the external sense objects because the soul has given, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati describes the exact terminology, the power of attorney over to the mind. You understand what power of attorney means? It's like if you go to a lawyer and you give him the keys to everything you've got. You give him your bank accounts, you give him everything. You give him the power of attorney to act favorably on your behalf totally. So the soul has given the power of attorney to the mind. So when the mind opens these windows of the senses, the soul is going to follow and become also attracted to the sensual objects. This is the outward tendency when you go through the windows of the senses. The inward tendency is exhibited when the stream of consciousness reverts from gross matter back into the mind and from there to the soul. Actually, particularly while we're chanting our Diksha mantras, this is a perfect example of how to follow the inward tendency. Because in the mantras, actually my Gurudev said you should not even move your tongue while you're chanting the mantras. So while you're chanting the mantras, you're focusing on the meanings of the mantras. And I know sometimes devotees can forget which mantra they're up to or what the exact meaning of the mantra is, because the mantras are so powerful, they carry you into the subconsciousness. They connect you with the soul. If we're saying our mantras carefully, they will take us into, that's why we have to be focused and careful when we're saying them to stay on track with the mantras where it's going. But they will carry us internally. It's these Diksha mantras, they don't go across the Viraja River, they don't go into the transcendental world, but they support our journey to that boundary, into the transcendent. They connect us with Sri Guru through our sambandha, especially the Guru Gayatri, Guru mantras. They are connecting us fully, solidly with Guru and with Gaura Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Gaura Gayatri and Gaura mantra, they connect us solidly. If we're really reflecting on those personalities while we're chanting, they will give us so much inspiration and direction to come to their lotus feet. And then Krishna, the Gopal mantra, the Kam Bij mantra, these mantras at the end. And then we always conclude it with the Maha mantra, which is even more powerful than the Diksha mantras. Don't doubt it. But perhaps we become somewhat habituated to the Hare Krishna mantra and we don't recognize how potent it is. But when we just say the Diksha mantras 3 times a day, we can be more exclusively focused. You understand? But they will carry us into the subconscious. One whose tendency is predominantly outward must conduct all external tendencies offenselessly with Krishna at the center. Yes, if he's going to do pure bhajan, then everything has to be without offenses. We mentioned just briefly yesterday about Jagai and Madai. Mahaprabhu goes black when he's taken all those, and all the devotees see he's become black. And he tells all the devotees, this blackness will come into your heart if you commit offenses to my devotees. It's a very serious thing, because this blasphemy of devotees is the greatest obstacle to achieve. Krishna will never look at that person who has blasphemed the devotees. So we must be super, super cautious of this injunction. And it's mentioned everywhere. But it will carry us away from Krishna if we blaspheme. We should accept the various idiosyncrasies and anomalies and deficiencies within each other and not have expectations that all devotees are going to be like little pure devotees. They're all struggling with their own different mental capacities and the rest of it. Everybody is. No one's freed from that. So everyone needs some encouragement, not condemning. That doesn't help anybody, and it certainly, certainly doesn't help us. External tendencies offenselessly with Krishna at the center through the strength of sadhu sangha. Yes, through the strength of sadhu sangha. If one takes shelter of Krishna bhakti, these outward tendencies are quickly curtailed and converted to the inward tendency. So this means it doesn't have to be our nature to be introverted. These outward tendencies will, by considering, if Krishna's at the center, you naturally develop a philosophical outlook. You can't help it. I mean, we're talking about the Supreme Personality. Naturally, you have to have a philosophical, mood to go forward and to appreciate the amazing philosophy that's presented. The philosophy comes into the intellect. It satisfies the mind. Ultimately, it's the heart that has to come to Krishna. The mood has to come to Krishna, but the mind has to be satisfied with the philosophy. So here it's saying, if one takes shelter of Krishna bhakti, these outward tendencies are quickly curtailed and converted to the inward tendency. When the direction of one's tendency is completely inward, the eligibility to renounce household life is born. But if one gives up household life before this stage is reached, there is a significant danger of falling down again. The Grihastha ashram is a special school where the jivas may receive instructions regarding Atma Tattva, spiritual truth, and be given the opportunity to develop their realizations of such matters. They may leave the school when their education is complete. That means the inward journey has become very significant and has become so relishable that the practitioner doesn't want to go anywhere else except take that inward path. All the time he's wanting to be a little bit more reclusive, a little bit more solitary, a little more alone. Alone means actually in the company of sadhus. It doesn't mean necessarily sitting on a hilltop, but at the same time, restricting our external interactions can be very beneficial for the practitioner to become thoughtful and reflective. We see all the different traditions, the Christian mystics, etc., the Sufis in Islam, all these different traditions, even the Confucius individuals, Taoism, and so on, all the yogis, all are becoming somewhat solitary. But Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj describes that in those 10 verses at the back of the songbook, where he gives his Upadeshavali. he describes that what does living alone mean? Living alone means living near in the proximity of sadhus. But you don't have to have 100 sadhus to live with. You only need one or two. You don't need a huge institution. That could be very confusing. It doesn't necessarily help. Sometimes we seek that through security reasons, that I feel secure in a big group. But that's an external thing. We're trying to turn this around more internally. The big, large group can be very distracting. When we're a little bit older in our practices, when we're younger, it's very, very good. Our training, scheduling, etc., learning how the process of devotional service works. But as we get a little bit older, you want to spread your wings a little bit. And with an institution, you can never do that. They have to clip the wings because institution means control. There has to be a controller in an institution, otherwise it's not an institution. But Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he said very clearly that an institution without a Mahabhagavat at the head is no better than a society of drunks. Because there's some twist on the truth towards sense gratification. If they're not completely pure, they're going to be looking for a material advantage. And we see it billions of times. In India, they call them God men. And we see them falling down, practically one a month. They have huge organizations and people and so on. And then they just fall down. So we're discussing what is the eligibility for the renounced order. Yadav, what are the symptoms of a bhakta who is eligible to give up householder life? Anantadas, he should be free from the desire to associate with the opposite sex. He should have unrestricted mercy towards all living entities. That's two. That compassionate mood should be there. If you just go away on your own, close all the doors, and you're not helping and supporting the conditioned souls, what really is that? If Krishna gives you some knowledge and some realization, and then you just close it all for yourself, that's not going to make your bhakti flourish. We're in this world. We have duty, a mission to support Mahaprabhu's mission. He should be completely indifferent towards endeavors to accumulate wealth, and he should strive only in times of need to acquire food and clothing suitable for maintaining himself. He should have unconditioned love for Sri Krishna. That's the big one. He should have unconditioned love for Sri Krishna. Should shun the association of materialists and should be free from attachment and aversion in life and death. Attachment and aversion are both two sides of the coin that is negative. Have too much attachment or too much aversion. There's a middle road. There's a middle road where we're not too fanatically detached, and neither are we overly attached, but we're just residing comfortably, naturally. If it's not naturally, if it doesn't become the mood of the soul, it's not going to sustain itself. If it's in any way forced, and some aversion is not the mood of the soul, and gross attachment also is not the mood of the soul. The soul is neutral to that. The soul is neutral to this material world. He wants neither. So it's like I often give that expression that don't have the string on the instrument too tight because it'll break, and don't have it too loose because it won't play. So we have to find our own personal balance. It doesn't mean because she has a certain balance that you've got to follow what she does. We've got our extremely unique individual circumstances, where we're coming from, etc., etc. And we each have our own specialities to determine what works for me, this individual. And then I can share the strength of my individuality with others, but we shouldn't try to imitate other people. That just creates an envious mentality. If I'm trying to imitate somebody, Imitation is like it's coming from an envious source because we're trying to connect with the soul. And the soul is completely satisfied with who it is. You can't change the soul. It's happy in that place. And its rasa is also completely happy. It's like we often say Mother Yashoda. She's in Vatsalya Ras. Maybe she has some sort of inkling sometimes about Krishna with the gopis. And, the idea of being a gopi and enjoying her son would never even enter her mind. She's so completely satisfied. It's like in this book, we have Brajanath and Vijay Kumar later on. And Brajanath, he's a cowherd boy. He has a desire to be with Subal in the fields. And Vijay Kumar, he wants to make garlands for Lalita. They both have different rasas. And neither of them want to be what the other is. Because if we think about ourselves, for example, you're completely satisfied with who you are. You might admire somebody else, but you don't want to be somebody else because it's not our soul. These are very simple matters. Okay, so unconditional love for Sri Krishna should shun the association of material and should be free from attachment and aversion in life and death. Srimad Bhagavatam describes these symptoms as follows.
सर्वभूतेषु या पश्येत् भावमात्मानं भूतानि भगवति आत्मानि एषा भगवतोत्तमः.
One who sees his own mood of attraction to Sri Krishna Chandra, the soul of all souls in all jivas, and who also sees all living entities residing within the shelter of Sri Krishna, is an Uttam Bhagavat. In Srimad Bhagavatam 3:25-22, Bhagavan Kapila Dev describes the primary characteristics of sadhus.
मयि अन्येन भावेन भक्तिं कुर्वन्ति ये दृढः मत्कृता त्यक्ता कर्मणस्त्यक्ता स्वजनं बान्धवः.
Those who worship no one but me, and who therefore engage in firm and exclusive devotion unto me, give up everything for my sake, including all duties prescribed in Varnashram Dharma and all relationships with their wives, children, friends, and relatives. These are the qualifications for those who are qualified to leave the household of life. And we read the gopis completely fit this bill. They ran from all of this and more. It is also stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 11:255.
विसर्जति हृदयं न यस्य साक्षात् धरीर् हवा अभाभसितोऽपि अगाहुतो नाशः प्रणय रसन्य द्राताघ्रिपद्म स्वाभवति भागवत प्रदान उक्तः.
If one utters, even without intent, Sri Harinam in an offenseless mood, at once heaps of sins accumulated through many lifetimes are destroyed. We see in the form of Ajamil. Committed so many sins, married a prostitute, 10 children, but simply he chanted without offense. This was his great fortune. Jagai and Madai also the same. They committed so many atrocities, but they never committed Vaishnava aparad. So therefore they were eligible for the mercy of Mahaprabhu and Nityananda. Ajamil was eligible for the mercy of the Vishnu Dutas coming, responding to his calling of the name. Such a person thereby binds Sri Hari's lotus feet within his heart with ropes of love and is considered the best of bhaktas. When these symptoms are manifest in a Grihastha Bhakta, he is no longer suited for engagement in karma, and he therefore renounces householder life. Such nirpeksha bhaktas, renunciants, are rare, and one should consider himself extremely fortunate to attain their association. We should grab that association if we find it. Yadav Das. These days, young men often renounce householder life and adopt the dress of the renounced order. They establish a place for sadhus to congregate and begin to worship the deity of the Lord. After some time, they fall into association with women again, but do not give up chanting Harinam. They maintain their hermitage by collecting alms from many places. Are such men Tyagis or Grihastha Bhaktas? Anantadas, Your question raises several issues at once, but I will answer them one by one. First of all, eligibility to renounce householder life has nothing to do with youth or old age. Some Grihastha Bhaktas are qualified by the sanskars acquired in this life and previous lives to give up householder life, even while they are young. For example, Sukadev, previous sanskars enabled him to renounce household life from the moment of birth. One should see only. Did I miss a page? One should see that this eligibility is not artificial. If real detachment awakens, then youth is not an impediment. Yadav Das. What is real renunciation and what is false renunciation? Anantadas. Real renunciation is so firm that it can never be broken at any time. False renunciation arises from deception, dishonesty, and the desire for prestige. Some people make a false show of renunciation to gain the respect that is offered to Nirpeksha Bhaktas and have given up householder life. But such false detachment is futile and complete. The symptoms of his eligibility for detachment disappear and depravity sets in. These are wonderful instructions. I was reading this before and it's like the law book of Manu. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is putting down these golden rules for us to appreciate significantly this understanding of renunciation. Yadav Das, does a bhakta who has given up household life need to adopt the external dress of a renunciant? Anantadas, Nirapeksha Akinchana bhaktas who have firmly renounced the spirit of enjoyment purify the entire world, whether they live in the forest or remain at home. Some of them accept a loincloth and worn and torn clothes as external signs to identify them as members of the renounced order. At the time of accepting this attire, they strengthen their resolve by taking a firm vow in the presence of other Vaishnavas who are in the renounced order. This is called entrance into the renounced order, or the acceptance of appropriate garments for renunciation. If you refer to this as Beka Grahana or Vesha Grahana, the acceptance of the dress of renunciation, then what is the harm? It supports the ashram. That's the purpose of it. It distinguishes you apart. For example, if a sannyasi comes to someone's house, he doesn't have to engage in lots and lots of small talk. Immediately they will offer him a seat and he can immediately begin to speak Harikatha, which is what he really wants to do. So that avenue is open in the renounced order. But if you're wearing white, etc., then perhaps there's got to be a whole social interaction and so many different things. Whereas in the sannyas order, it's much more easy to actually share these transcendental truths. Yadav Das, what is the purpose of being identified by the signs of the renounced order? Anantadas, I've just said this. It is very helpful to be identified as a member of the renounced order. A renunciate's family members will no longer maintain a relationship with him and will easily give him up. This is in Indian culture. In Western culture, they don't even know about the renounced order. It doesn't make any difference to them at all. It just doesn't compute. So for Westerns, it's not so meaningful in that regard. He will no longer desire to enter his house, and a natural detachment will awaken in his heart with a consequent fear of materialistic society. It's good, healthy. It is beneficial for some bhaktas to accept the outward signs of renunciation, though this may not be necessary if detachment from household life is fully matured. It is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam 4:29-46, Sajahati matim loke veda cha parinishtitam. A bhakta who has received the mercy of Bhagavan gives up attachment for all worldly activities and for all ritualistic duties prescribed in the Vedas. I was just thinking of the example when the bhakta never thinks that he's liberated from material desires. There's the example when Mahaprabhu was going to perform at Chandrasekhar's house that beautiful drama where he was enacting um, Lakshmi Devi, and it was going to be very esoteric drama, and he drew a line in the sand at Waitracharya Nityananda. All the devotees were there, and he said, all those devotees who have controlled their senses fully stand on one side of the line, and all the other devotees who haven't controlled their senses stand on the other. They all stood on the other side. None of them think proudly, oh, I have given up all this. Because as soon as you think like that, bang, Maya Devi will give you the greatest attraction, just blow you out of the water that you never really expected at all. You know, we're not like Haridas Thakur, who can sit and have the allurement of Maya Devi herself. She comes herself and tries to allure him. But eventually she takes initiation from Haridas Thakur. Haridas Thakur is the bar, so to speak. He's the example to aspire to follow in his footsteps. Oh, where are we up to? Here. Okay, a bhakta who has received the mercy of Bhagavan gives up attachment for all worldly activities and for all ritualistic duties prescribed in the Vedas. Yes, he doesn't have to do Sandhya Vandana. We've already been through that in chapter 3 and chapter 6. There is no injunction for such bhaktas to accept the outward dress of renunciation. It is necessary only as long as there is some dependence on public consideration. So it can be very helpful. We have to also make another consideration here to think when a Mahabhagavat advents like Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada or my Gurudev, they need an army of renunciants to propagate their mission. So they will make someone who is not particularly qualified into a sannyasi. It's described like on a battlefield when many soldiers are dying and the officers have been killed, then some recruit or a general soldier has to be suddenly put in the officer's position to carry on the battle, so to speak. So many times when a Mahabhagavat comes, he will put unqualified disciples into those positions, knowing that by his mercy, because he's strong enough, if that Mahabhagavat knows his own potency, that he will support that new sannyasi through his journey. And he knows that by associating in that ashram, that gradually, he will become qualified for that ashram by the association. I can remember personally in my own life when I was a very young devotee, maybe 2 years old in New Govardhan in Mawulambar, I was suddenly made the temple president. I had zero qualification for anything. But because I was physically a little bit older and I had collected a lot of money on the street, that's how they gauged it would be good, which is absurd. Anyway, I recognized that by actually getting into that service, then Krishna just gives you the intelligence how to deal with it, how to navigate through it. And the same in the sannyasa ashram. Guru will come and give that mercy to help you navigate through, even though we're utterly unqualified, according to the precepts that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying here. And there's another couple of pages of them. We haven't really even started the heavy ones yet, but see how much a little bit more we have to read. Yeah, what is it? From whom should one accept the renounced order? Is this what we're up to?
Yes.
Anantadas. One should accept the renounced order from a Vaishnava who is situated in the renounced order. Grihastha Bhaktas have no experience of the behavior of renounced Bhaktas, so they should not imitate anyone. So they should not initiate anyone into the renounced order. The following statement of the Brahma Vivart Purana confirms this.
अपरक्षोपदिस्तां यत् लोक नस्य तद् भवेत्.
One brings ruination to the world if he instructs others in religious principles that he himself does not follow. A grihasta, even though he may be of the most exemplary type, does not know what it's like to actually be in the renounced order fully. He hasn't experienced it because it's like 24/7 you are on stage in the renounced order. Wherever you go, whatever you say, however you move in the world, someone's going to be looking at you and taking notes on your behavior. Whereas in a grihasta, that's not the situation. There's billions of grihastas wandering around. No one's examining them, but someone in the renounced order, wearing the cloth of the renounced order, he's going to be examined at every step of his way. If he goes to the market, if he goes anywhere, he's going to be like, therefore 24/7, he's on the stage of that ashram externally. Yadav Das. What criteria should a guru use to offer initiation into the renounced order? Anantadas. The guru must first consider whether or not the disciple is qualified. He should see if the Grihasta Bhakta, on the strength of Krishna Bhakti, has acquired a spiritual temperament characterized by qualities such as full control of the mind and senses. So that's really high to begin with. Has the hankering for wealth and the satisfaction of the tongue being uprooted or not? Am I hankering for special doshas, special idli? Is that my hankering? Do I want some sort of special sabji? Is that my, am I desiring in that way? The guru should keep the disciple with him for some time in order to examine him thoroughly, and he may initiate him into the renounced order when he finds that he is a suitable candidate. Under no circumstances should he offer initiation prior to this. If a guru offers initiation to a person who is unqualified, he will certainly fall down himself. So we have seen this. We've seen all of these examples manifesting since Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada left this world. So many of those renunciants, because they lacked the powerful association, because they didn't come out of that society looking for association. That's their defect. They haven't honored the Gaudiya Math sufficiently to seek association of older sannyasis. They've just sat in their own circle, so they haven't had any other elevated association to encourage them and inspire them to remain in that renounced. You have to have an example of someone in that renounced order, and his happiness and satisfaction in that renounced order is what's going to be convincing for somebody. If they're completely happy with the way everything is and they're not fanatically one way or not averse the other way, like I just described, then they're just settled and satisfied. Then that's a great inspiration for others. But if you don't seek that sort of association, how can you follow? You need that association. Now I see that it is no light matter to accept the renounced order. It is a serious undertaking. Unqualified gurus are turning this practice into a common affair. It has only just begun, and there is no telling where it will end. Anantadas, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu severely punished Chota Haridas for a completely insignificant fault, just to protect the sanctity of the renounced order. The followers of our Lord should always remember the punishment of Chota Haridas. He looked at the niece of an old lady. He went to beg some rice. Chota Haridas, he looked, there was a niece with my Gurudev explains, and he looked at the young niece with a lustful eye. Srila Bhaktivigyan Bharati Maharaj used to say, don't let your lust smear anybody. Don't smear them with a lustful look, because that will just create some sort of excitement in the opposite sex like that. So Haridas, Chota Haridas did like that. And Mahaprabhu was, even though Chota Haridas is an eternal associate of Krishna, of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but he punished him to show everybody in the world actually the sanctity of this ashram. Yadavdas, I'm just reading a little bit longer because today's Saturday and tomorrow we're not meeting. Yadavdas, is it proper to construct a monastery and establish the worship of a deity after one has entered the renounced order? Pretty good question, huh? No. A qualified disciple who has entered the renounced order should maintain his existence by begging every day. He should not involve himself in constructing a monastery or in other grand enterprises. He can live anywhere, either in a secluded hut or in the temple of a householder. He should remain aloof from all affairs that require money, and he should constantly chant Sri Harinam without offense. So how do you reconcile Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati opened 64 monasteries? Huh? How do you reconcile? His father is saying like this. His father didn't want him to open institutions. He wasn't encouraging. We can read these pages. Opening an institution or your own monastery, your own mutt is not encouraged in the sannyas order. But Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's heart was so soft that he wanted to create a place where sadhaks could associate with each other, a safe place. So he was willing to sacrifice his own desires, and he went into this material world through absolute compassion. That was why he did it. That was why he encouraged 64 mutts to be manifested during it. He had a mission for Mahaprabhu, clearly. But for the regular sannyasi, it's just completely not encouraged to go and to try, unless your guru is ordering it, like in the ISKCON society originally, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada would order his sannyasis, you go and open a temple here, you go here and you go there. He was wanting to spread this mission all over the world. So if you're carrying the order of your guru is going to protect you from any difficulty. But if the guru's order is not there, if you just whimsically think, oh, I'll go and open a monastery and make a comfortable place for the rest of my life to live, etc., this is not encouraged at all. Actually, listen, we'll just read this 2 more sentences. Yadav Das, what do you call renunciants who set up a monastery and then live like householders? Anantadas, they may be called vantasi, those who eat their own vomit. He's not mincing his words here. He's being absolutely categorical here. This is not the purpose of the sannyas ashram, is to live in a monastery that is created, because so many followers will come, so much pratishta will come, unless he's a Mahabhagavat, like my Gurudev. He opened up temples. He made sannyasis in the front line. He had a mission. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, same. They had missions to accomplish. Unless you're delegated with that type of responsibility, then it's not our job as sannyasis to open our own monasteries or ashrams or mutts. So many questions, I'm sure, will come from this, but we'll leave it for today and we'll carry on Monday in this same vein. There's a few more beautiful questions here, but he's basically, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is setting the bar, so to speak, and it's very, very high. And this needs to be set clearly so that no one thinks, oh, I just want to jump into that ashram for prestige or honor of the public domain. That's not the purpose. Number one purpose is to have so much Krishna Nishta in your heart. When Srila Govinda Maharaj was given sannyas, Prabhupada asked him one question. He said, are you able to live alone? That means a lot. Are you able to live alone? Do you need the whole public fanfare around you? Or can you live alone? Are you able to comfortably stay alone? That was the one question he asked him. Because Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj, we know historically, he lived in Bhubaneswar for many, many years before that temple was manifest. But he was ordered by Prabhupada to build that temple. So there's a huge distinction when Gurudev gives you the order to do something, that eclipses anything, that goes above any other type of injunction. If Guru orders, Guru's word is the same as Krishna's word. Exactly. And if he is giving the order, then we do like that. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Gurudev ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Jai Vedama ki jai, Gold Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Okay, so we've come to page 148, and the last thing I can remember reading was that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying that if a sannyasi in the renounced order takes up the idea independently of starting an ashram or a monastery and being involved with collections and money and everything, then he's considered a vantasi. That means one who eats his own vomit. The sannyasi's duty is to only teach the precepts of transcendence to the conditioned souls. And he can do that by being in an ashram, but he shouldn't necessarily be in charge of the ashram or be concerned with building, etc., in the ashram. But I was thinking that these instructions, there's not so many sannyasis that we're speaking to. Actually, there's no sannyasis that I know of on the thread, except me. So who are we speaking for? We're speaking to everyone to know what is the standard of the renounced order. So when you see someone in that renounced order going that path, and if he hasn't been instructed by his guru or given the stamp of approval by his guru, then you should have some reservations there and be a little bit doubtful, because just because you're in the sannyas ashram doesn't mean necessarily at all that you're self-realized, of course. It means that you've been given an opportunity, an incredible opportunity, to get in the fast track to become realized in these truths, because you can never leave that ashram. I said the other day, you're always on the stage, so to speak, wherever you go, in any circumstance. So it's very, very, very helpful. But it doesn't mean that those practitioners of that path are all self-realized souls. So we should appreciate the various limitations and make use our discernment, our intelligence, to decide where we want to actually invest our energy following and so on. If we're not feeling that the precept it's successful, then don't criticize it, but just necessarily don't take it on board yourself. Criticism is the worst thing, and we'll be incinerated because of that. Krishna will take care of everything, but we should see with our own intelligence what is helpful for my bhakti and what is not. Okay, so Bhaktivinoda Thakur is explaining. He says, what do you call renunciants who set up a monastery and then live like householders? That means that I'm using all the energies of the various devotees for my own material comforts and satisfaction, and I'm not actually working towards the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he says quite clearly, they may be called vantasi, those who eat their own vomit. So that's very powerful. So we ended on that note. But all these directives for grihastas are very pertinent for us to hear. Anantadas, what benefit is there in their association when their behavior is contrary to Shastra and Vaishnava Dharma? They have given up pure bhakti and have have adopted a hypocritical lifestyle. What relationship could a Vaishnava have with such people? Okay, isn't this very relevant, pertinent question? Yadav does. What do you do with the microphone? But you have to, some verses later on, you can see to it. Yadav does. How can one say that they have given up Vaishnavism as long as they don't give up? Oh, wait a minute, what did I say? I've missed something here. Yeah, fantastic. let me just backtrack here. Then they are no longer to be considered Vaishnavas. Ananta, what benefit is there in their association when their behavior is contrary to Shastra and Vaishnava Dharma? They have given up pure bhakti and have adopted a hypocritical lifestyle. What relationship could a Vaishnava have with such people? Okay? Yadav Das, how can one say that they have given up Vaishnavism as long as they don't give up the chanting of Harinam? Right? Good question. Anantadas, Harinam and Nam Aparad are two different things. Interesting. Harinam and Nam Aparad are different. Pure Harinam is quite distinct from offensive chanting that only has the external appearance of Harinam. This is the age of hypocrisy and quarrel. People will chant Harinam, but actually how much are they really chanting Harinam? Or how much are they maintaining offenses? What is the 10th offense in chanting Harinam? After hearing so many instructions on this matter, I still think that I'm the material body. This is the 10th offense. Do you remember it exactly? Word for word?
To have material attachments.
To have material attachments after understanding?
After hearing the glories of Harinam.
Yes, so many glories and still on the material platform. Only has the external appearance of Harinam. It is an offense to commit sins on the strength of chanting Sri Nam. If one chants Sri Nam and at the same time commits sinful activities, thinking that the power of Sri Nam will exempt him from sinful reactions, he is committing Nam Aparad. This is not Shuddha Harinam, and one should flee far away from such offensive chanting. He doesn't say criticize it or condemn it, just go away from it. This is what the devotee should do. Yadav Das, then is the domestic life of such people not to be considered Krishna-centered? Ananta, never, Ananta Das said firmly said, there is no room for hypocrisy in a Krishna-centered domestic life. There can only be complete honesty and simplicity with no trace of offense. If one is pure, then there can be no offense. Otherwise, it's duplicitous. We have to draw the line categorically, clearly. And within ourselves, this is our teaching for us. We have to draw the line. What is pure and what is not pure? Yadav Das, in such a person, having a hard time to read today. Is such a person inferior to a Grihastha Bhakta? Anantadas, he is not even a devotee, so there is no question of comparing him with any Bhakta. A Grihastha Bhakta is not necessarily fallen at all. Srivasacharya, he was Grihastha. Srinivasacharya, he was Grihastha. Ramananda Rai was Grihastha. Advaita Acharya. So many Grihasthas are there, exemplary. It's not about the ashram. It's about the way that we are practicing our bhakti. Yadavdas, how may he be rectified? Anantadas, he will be counted amongst the bhaktas again when he gives up all these offenses, constantly chants Sri Nam, and sheds tears of repentance. Repentance is the antidote for sinful behavior. If I'm not repenting, it means I haven't understood my sinful behavior. And I'm being duplicitous by trying to cover it up and pretend it doesn't exist. I have to actually repent. There was a time in our Sangha when one sannyasi fell down, and we went to see Srila Bhaktivigyan Bharati Maharaj. We asked him because we were disturbed and bewildered by this. And the first thing he said, is he repentant? Is he berating himself for his fall down? And if that repentance is not there, you can understand that duplicity still rides in the consciousness. If there is no repentance, what's it called? Aksha. Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes about Akshep. He writes many, many, many beautiful songs about repentance. I've sinned so many times in my life. I've been so walking away from Krishna, done so many sinful activities, more sinful activities than even Jagai and Madai, than anyone could ever commit. And I'm thinking like that. That is when the heart will become purified. But if I'm not acknowledging my discrepancies, my sinful behavior, how is it possible that I can be purified of it? I've said many times, just like a madman. If a madman doesn't know that he's mad, then he's really mad, isn't he? But if he knows he's mad, then he's starting the road out of that madness. If he acknowledges, yes, I'm crazy sometimes, yes, I'm cuckoo sometimes, if he acknowledges that, then he can be purified of it. So when we acknowledge sincerely our misbehavior of turning away from Krishna, only then, but if we're remaining some abhimana pride, nothing can transpire. Nothing at all. Nothing can happen. We'll just go down, 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 down. We'll become, obstructed in this. We talked about this ivitrata today. This astonishment will become completely, pride will completely block that. So we must be aware of that. Repentance, tears of repentance. Yadav Das, Babaji Mahashai, Grihastha Bhaktas are situated under the rules and regulations of Varnashram Dham. If a Grihastha is excluded from Varnashram Dham, is he not barred from becoming a Vaishnava? Anantadas, Vaishnava Dham is very liberal. All jivas have the right to Vaishnava Dharma. That is why it is also known as Jaiva Dharma. Even outcasts can take up Vaishnava Dharma and live as Grihastas, although they are not part of Varnashram. We are outcasts. We are Antyaja, many Westerners. Moreover, people who have accepted sannyas within Varnashram and have then fallen from their position may later adopt pure bhakti by the influence of sadhu sangha. Such people can become Grihastha Bhaktas, although they are also outside the jurisdiction of Varnashram regulations. Understand all this? Is it clear? If it's not clear, it's good, because it means you have to read it again and again and again and again. My Gurudev said this book should be read at least 100 times in a lifetime. So if it's not clear, good. Just keep on reading it and it'll become clear.
Mother, isn't this an irony? Like such people can become Grihastha Bhaktas.
Yes.
And he's saying, although they're also outside, it's like conflicting.
If they become purified, the point is there is liberality. That's what he said in this beginning of this paragraph. Vaishnava Dham is liberal. It means that what is the quality of a Brahman, for example, is forgiveness. Yes, so this forgiveness quality is always riding there. So the devotees are always wanting to forgive. That's why if somebody repents for something, immediately the devotees will embrace them. If someone cries tears of repentance at some inappropriate behavior and they're crying, the devotees will gather around them and nourish them. But if he's trying to pretend about it and cover it up, this is called duplicity. And the devotees don't like that, because that's not a clear path. And then if he cries those tears of repentance, and if he rectifies himself and his behavior, then again he can be accepted as a Grihastha Bhakta and can come again. So no one is denied this path of Vaishnava Dharma. I've just described even a dog can actually, come somewhere on that path. You understand? There are others who abandon Varnashram Dham due to their misdeeds. If they and their children take shelter of Shuddha Bhakti by the influence of Sadhu Sangha, they may become Grihastha Bhaktas, although they are also outside Varnashram. So Varnashram is not the criterion. It's not the main thing. is it? That's what we're discussing. It's not the principle. The principle is bhakti. Always the principle is bhakti, not varnashram. So for a Westerner, we're lucky that's the case because we're not in the varnashram. We never were in the varnashram. We've never been in the varnashram in this birth. So we're lucky. So if it's bhakti that is our focus, then we are fully eligible for Vaishnava Dharma, although they are outside varnashram. So we see that there are two kinds of Grihastha Bhaktas, one who is part of Varnashram and one who is excluded from Varnashram. So both types are being condoned. It's okay to be either. Doesn't matter whether you're by birth and qualification in Varnashram or you're not by birth, but you are by qualification, even if you're Antyaja, outside Varnashram. Bhakti is the principle. Yadav Das, which is superior of these two? Why does he have to ask a question like that? It shouldn't be a judgmental thing.
Because we think like that.
Yes, we think like that. It's true. Ananta Das, whoever has the most bhakti is superior. Yes, simple answer. Bhakti is the criteria. It's the bhakti jewel that we are hankering for exclusively. If neither has any bhakti, then the person who is following Varnashram is superior from the vyavaharic or relative point of view. Vyavaharic means practical, social, because at least he has some religious principles. He's following Dharma in the Varnashram system. Whereas the other is an outcast with no religious principles. However, from the paramatic or absolute spiritual perspective, both of them are fallen because they have no bhakti. Very simple. Very completely clear. Yadav Das, does a grihastha have the right to wear the garments of a mendicant while he is still a householder? Ananta, no. If he does, he is guilty on two counts. He cheats himself and he cheats the world. If a grihastha adopts the dress of a mendicant, he simply affronts and ridicules genuine mendicants who wear the dress of the renounced order. Very clear. Don't do that. Yadav Das, Babaji Mahashai, do the Shastras describe any system for accepting the renounced order? Anantadas, it is not clearly described. That's interesting. He's not going to make it locked in concrete here. People of all castes can become Vaishnavas, but according to Shastra, only those who are twice born can accept sannyas. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7.11.35, Narad describes the separate characteristics of each of the different varnas and then concludes with this statement.
यस्य यल् लक्षणं प्रोक्तं पुंसो वर्णाभिव्यज्ञाचकं यद् अन्यत्रापि दृश्यते तत् तेनैव विनिर्दिश्यते.
One is considered to belong to the varna whose characteristics he possesses, even if he has appeared in a different caste, like Parshuram, this Shaktivesha avatar. He appeared in a Brahmin family, yet he took up the axe and chastised the Kshatriyas so many times. He took up the occupation of a Kshatriya. The practice of offering sannyas to men who, although born in other castes, possesses the symptoms of brahmanas. What's that? The practice of offering sannyas to men who, although born in other castes, possess the symptoms of Brahmins, is occurring on the basis of this verdict of the Shastra. If a man born of a different caste truly possesses the symptoms of a Brahmin and is given sannyas, then it must be avowed that this system is approved by Shastra. Understand? Clearly. This verdict of all the Shastras supports the practice of offering sannyas to men who possess Brahminical symptoms, even though they are born in other castes, but it only applies to paramatic affairs and not to vyavaharik affairs. We should consider, because we've seen many sannyasis in our brief time in devotional service falling down, because I explained before, when the Mahabhagavat comes to perform a great seva on behalf of Srimati Radhika and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he has to make many unqualified men into sannyasis for the purpose of propagating his mission. He has to do like that. So unless those appointed into that ashram really take up full shelter of the precepts of Krishna consciousness in a very careful way, they're going to fall down. Because someone who is not in the Brahminical caste, and he's suddenly put into a very elevated situation, where so many people are glorifying him, for example, we've seen all this. We're very lucky because we have the history. And they're suddenly put on a very elevated seat, and they're offered thousands of dollars and big houses and opulence, and it'll turn the head of someone who is not fully qualified very easily. The mercy of Sadguru can be there for some time, trying to save that sannyasi. But we've seen too much history in the past of these young men who had the best of intentions initially, but couldn't follow the order of this varnashram system, and they crashed. And then it'll be interesting to perceive how many of those men will again honestly enter the Grihastha ashram and honestly begin the process of devotional service and honestly begin the process of bhakti. And if that is there, they can still be accepted fully as a Vaishnava. But if they're still wayward and they're still not follow, then they can never be acknowledged as being Vaishnavas. Understand? So we've seen this history, so it's helpful for us. We shouldn't criticize it at all. We should just perceive it and see that men are frail, and unless they become deeply sober by their practices, because it's by the practices of chanting Harinam in particular, if this practice is going on, then they will become sober. And then Krishna so much wants them to be successful, and he will support their efforts in every single way, as much as he can, as much as is possible. So we see like this. Krishna is always looking for the welfare of his surrendered devotees in every instance. So that takes us up to our time. Yadavdas says, Brother Chandidas, do you have the answer to your question? I'll just read a bit of this. Chandidas, today I've been blessed. Of all the instructions that have flowed from the mouth of the most revered Babaji Mahashai, these are the points I have been able to assimilate. So now Bhaktivinoda Thakur is going to do a recap. The jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna, but he forgets this and takes on a material body. Yes, we've talked about that. Influenced by the qualities of material nature, he derives happiness and distress from material objects, all nimitic. For the privilege of enjoying the fruits of his material activities, he must wear a garland of birth, old age, and death. Very nicely said. The jiva sometimes takes birth in a high position and sometimes in a low position, and he is led into innumerable circumstances he has by his repeated change of identity. Hunger and thirst spur him to action in a body that may perish at any instant. He is bereft of the necessities of this world and is cast into unlimited varieties of suffering. Many diseases and ailments appear, which torment his body. In his home he quarrels with his wife and children, and sometimes he goes to the extent of committing suicide. His greed to accumulate wealth drives him to commit many sins. He is punished by the government, insulted by others, and thus he suffers untold bodily afflictions. So Chandidas is saying this through the mouthpiece of Chandidas, who we've seen his various sufferings. So tomorrow we'll go through that again, and perhaps tomorrow we'll conclude this seventh glorious chapter. Nitya Dharma and Material Existence. That's the name of this chapter. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jai Vedama ki jai, Gaur Premanande. Okay, so we come to page 151. So now yesterday we concluded, Chandidas started to give a rundown. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving a rundown on the chapter. I want to read this again because I think we'll conclude our seventh chapter today, but we'll just go through this whole conclusion. Yes, I'll start this again. So from page 151, halfway down. Chandidas, today I've been blessed of all the instructions that have flowed from the mouth of the most revered Babaji Mahashai. Remember what Mahashai means? Mahashai means one who is able to tolerate all difficulties. A Maharaj is someone like who's a great kingly type quality. And but Mahashai is someone who can tolerate. Mahatma is a great Atma, great soul. So Mahashai. These are the points I've been able to assimilate. The Jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna, but he forgets this and takes on a material body. He forgets it because if he remembered it, he wouldn't be able to enjoy Maya. He wants to enjoy matter. Very strongly he wants to enjoy matter. So Krishna has to give him, what's that? Sarvasya kaham hridi sanivisto mataha smrita jnanam apornam cha. Krishna gives remembrance and forgetfulness in Bhagavad Gita, 15th chapter, 15.5. 15.15. Rasamanjari can put that verse up. It's a very good verse, 15.15. He forgets because he wants to. I have been able to assimilate. The Jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna, but he forgets this and takes on a material body influenced by the qualities of material nature. Of course, because he's relating to the material body, so therefore he's being influenced by the material modes of nature. If you're relating to the spiritual body, then you're not relating to the material modes of nature. You're nirgun, you're above the modes of material nature. Influenced by the qualities of material nature, he derives happiness and distress from material objects. Yeah, because we become like material. So material means controlled by the three gunas. That's what it means, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. For the privilege of enjoying the fruits of his material activities, he must wear a garland of birth, old age, and death. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is incredibly poetic and like visual in his statements and writings. A garland of birth, old age, and death. The jiva sometimes takes birth in a high position and sometimes in a low position. What's that? Brahma, Abrahma, Bhuvanaloka. You read that verse? Yes? Yes. Very good, very good. Good. We have some Bhagavad Gita scholars. Very good. It's very good, very good. The jiva sometimes, I have to say that again because I didn't say it really clearly. I didn't hear you say it clearly. Abrahma Bhuvanaloka, Puna Avritino Rajuna, Mam Upetya Takuntaya, Puna Janma Na Vidyate. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery, wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to Maya Bodha, son of Kunti, never takes birth again. This is 8.16. Very beautiful. Bhagavad Gita says everything in the same. We can see Bhagavad Gita as being very applicable to our journey to the Rasik conclusion. But if it's just to the conclusion of Sharanagati, that's not even actually bhakti. That's the threshold of bhakti. That's the beginning of bhakti. Bhakti doesn't begin until after Bhagavad Gita. But Bhagavad Gita is like Sharanagati. It's like dressing. You have to be dressed to come outside So Sharanagati is the first quality that we must imbibe before we can do anything else. There has to be Sharanagati there, even though Sharanagati by itself is not Shuddha Bhakti, because it's about us. It's thinking about us. I am surrendered, isn't it? It's not thinking about Krishna. It's about me being surrendered to Krishna. He sometimes takes birth in a high position and sometimes in a low position, and he is led into innumerable circumstances by his repeated change of identity. So this must be very bewildering for the consciousness, so many different identities. Hunger and thirst spur him to action in a body that may perish at any instant. He is bereft of the necessities of this world and is cast into unlimited varieties of suffering. Many diseases and ailments appear, which torment his body. In his home, he quarrels with his wife and children, and sometimes he goes to the extent of committing suicide. So this is so common today. I think especially in Finland, I think they have one of the highest rates in the world practically of suicide because of the condition of half darkness. It must be very depressive actually. I know personally, living here in Bengal, that there's sun most of the year. Even in wintertime, there's blue sky. But as soon as there's cloud for more than 3 days, I start to feel really unhappy. It really affects my consciousness. What to speak of being in places in Europe, especially high places like Finland, etc., where there's not even day for some of the time. I mean, that's extraordinary. You have to be very, very strong to come through that. Really, this requires great courage and strength to purify that. His greed to accumulate wealth drives him to commit many sins. He is punished by the government, insulted by others, and thus he suffers untold bodily afflictions, all because of his own desires. We understand that. The Lord is not some sort of merciless dictator that wants everyone to suffer. Not at all. He's completely the opposite. But the jiva himself wants to do all these things. It's the jiva himself who's holding on to Maya and shouting out, let go, let go. But he's holding. The jiva has the keys in his pocket to let Maya go in an instant. But he doesn't want to. He wants the security of what he's habituated to. He's habituated to this material state of consciousness. So he wants to stay there. He's afraid to go beyond his habituated consciousness. It demands courage. And the Hare Krishna mantra will give us that. It will empower us that. He is constantly aggrieved by separation from family members, loss of wealth, theft by robbers, and countless other causes of suffering. Chandidas can say this with complete conviction because he's just come through it. He's just been kicked out by his whole family, and they were ready to kill him if he went back to rescue his own money. So he's just gone through this. So he's a very worthy candidate to be saying this because he's experienced, and we have all experienced various types of suffering in the world. This gives us authenticity in what we're saying because we understand the suffering of others. If you have never suffered it for some reason, how can you empathize with the suffering of others? When a person becomes old, his relatives do not take care of him, and this causes him great distress. His withered body is ravaged by mucus, rheumatism, and a barrage of other pains, and is simply a source of misery. After death, he enters another womb and suffers intolerable pain. Yet despite all that, as long as the body remains, his discrimination is overpowered by lust, anger, greed, illusion, pride, and envy. This is samsara. This is samsara. From the womb on out. Especially in this 7th chapter, it had those beautiful lists. I am strong, I am weak, I am handsome, I'm ugly, I'm thin, I'm so many different identities that we place on ourselves called ahankta. And then we have this mamata quality place. This is my house, my money, my wife, my son, my father. This false claiming false ownership. This is all binding us. This is all samsara. The etymology of samsara would be interesting. I'm not sure what the etymology is, but sang means with, like sankirtan means with many people. So samsara. Huh? Speak loudly. Essence. Sara is essence, yes. So this essence, samsara, yes. We say bhakti sar, the essence of bhakti. So samsara. So this essence of binding. This is what the samsara is about, the essence of binding. But perhaps if someone knows a better description of the etymology of that, I'm ready to hear it. I now understand the meaning of the word samsara. Yeah, we just figured it out too. I repeatedly offer Dandavat pranams to Babaji Mahashai. The Vaishnavas are gurus for the entire world. Today, by the mercy of the Vaishnavas, I have acquired real knowledge of this material world. This is most wonderful celebration now. Chandidas has actually discovered, he's been gifted by the association of the Vaishnavas. When the Vaishnavas present had heard Anantadas Babaji Mahashai's profound instructions, they all loudly exclaimed, Sadhu, Sadhu. By this time, many Vaishnavas had assembled there, and they began to sing a bhajan that Lahari Mahashai had composed. E Gauri Samsara Padya Manava Na Paya Dukera Shesha Sadhu Sangha Kori Hari Bhaje Yadi Tabo Anta Hoya Klesha. The jiva who has fallen into this dreadful material existence finds no end to his distress, but his troubles come to an end when he is graced by the association of sadhus, and then takes to worship of Sri Hari. Sadhu means very strong, very direct, like an arrow. That's what the word sadhu means. It means very focused, attention. Vishaya anile jvaliche hridaya anile bada anala aparada chadilaya Krishna nama ale padiya jala. Sorry, I'm not singing with the right melody, but the raging fire of sensual desires scorches his heart, and when he tries to satisfy those desires, the fire simply flares up with greater intensity. However, relinquishing offenses and chanting Sri Krishna Nam acts like a cooling shower of rain, which extinguishes this blazing fire. Why would anyone not chant when this is the result? Nitai Chaitanya Charana Kamale Ashraya Laila Ye Kalidas Bole Jivane Marane Amara Ashrayase. Kalidas says, he who has taken shelter of the lotus feet of Chaitanya Nitai is my refuge in life and in death. As the kirtan was going on, Chandidas danced in great ecstasy. He took the dust of the feet of the Babajis upon his head. I lost my clock. On his head, and began to roll on the ground, weeping in intense joy. Weeping in intense joy, everyone declared, Chandidas is extremely fortunate. After some time, Yadav Das said, let us go, Chandidas. We need to go to the other side of the river. Chandidas replied, smiling, if you take me across the river of material existence, I will go. So Chandidas is completely now, he's come at the beginning of the chapter from a totally miserly, nasty, selfish personality. And he's come through this process. Bhaktivinoda Thakur has walked us through this process with him, just over a matter of a few months. By the power of the Dham, the power of association, the power of Nam, he's shown us the transformation that can take place in a sensitive soul. Of course, this person is born in Shantipur. Chandidas is from Shantipur, so he has some background there. He's from a Brahmin family, so that also helps in the Varnashram system. So these qualities will assist him at this time also. After some, yes, I will go. The two of them offered Dandavat pranams to Pradumna Kunj and departed. As they kept out of the Kunj, they saw Damayanti offering repeated obeisances and saying, alas, why did I take birth as a woman? If I had taken birth as a man, I could easily have entered this kunja, taking darshan of the great souls, and become purified by taking their foot dust on my head. May I simply become the servitor of the Vaishnavas of Sri Navadvip, birth after birth, and spend my days in their service. It may seem, on one level, that the women were excluded, but Damayanti is going to get exactly the same mercy as her husband got, because it's described all the way through that Damayanti is following her husband very carefully. So now her husband has come out with this mercy from being with Anantadas and the Vaishnavas, and he will very easily be able to give that mercy to Damayanti. So this is the process, this is the line. So it's not like any soul, no soul will be denied this opportunity. It's not like she's denied. She will certainly get this. Yadav Das said, this Godrum Dham is a perfectly sacred place. Simply by coming here, one obtains Shuddha Bhakti. Godrum is a cowherd village, the place where Sachinandan, the Lord of our life, enacts his divine pastimes. In his heart, Sri Prabodhananda Saraswati realized this truth and prayed in the following words: Naloka Vedodrita Marga Vedai Avishya Sankileshyate Re Vimuda Khatena Sarvam Parihritya Gaude Sri Godrume Parane Kutim Kuradavam. You say nicely. Sri Navadvip Shataka 36. O fools, although you have taken shelter of worldly society and the Vedas and adopted many social and religious duties, you remain miserable. Now give up these dubious paths and quickly build yourself a leaf hut in Sri Godrum. So today, actually, practically, this is very possible. When you go to the Mayapur side across the Saraswati, it's actually quite crowded. It's becoming even congested. Many times there's traffic jams. But when you come to the island of Godrum, or they call it Swarupganj, it's like about 300 or 400 years ago practically. There's practically no materialistic building up of the atmosphere here. And still nobody wants to live here. Practically no Westerners want to live here. It's very, very minimal. To my knowledge, there's only 2 families living here. Or 1 family actually down by the river, down by the Ganga. There's no other people, Westerners, who have taken up some sort of permanent residence in Godrum, which is surprising because it is an extremely potent and attractive place. But it seems like the passionate mood of Mayapur is calling. Mayapur itself is definitely a very, very, very powerful holy place. As soon as I personally cross the Jalangi into Mayapur, I can sense this is like an upgrade. But then the material congestion that goes along with that is a little bit difficult to cope with sometimes. In this way, exchanging Harikatha, the 3 crossed the Ganga and arrived in Kulyagram. Kulyagram is near Navadvip. It's Koladvip. Kulyagram is Koladvip. Thenceforward, both Chandidas and his wife Damayanti displayed a wonderful Vaishnava demeanor. Untouched by the world of Maya, they became adorned with qualities of Vaishnava seva, constantly chanting Krishna Nam and showing mercy to all jivas. Blessed are the merchant couple. Blessed is the mercy of the Vaishnavas. Blessed is Sri Navadvip Bhumi. So one of the big reasons why they managed to connect with this transcendental truth so simply was because they hadn't committed blasphemy of the Vaishnavas. They hadn't involved themselves in aparad or offenses like Ajamil, even though Ajamil was so sinful, but he hadn't committed Vaishnava aparad. So when those Vishnu Dutas appeared to him, he was able to listen very intently to the conversation between the Yamadutas and the Vishnu Dutas and understood what was his best interest immediately. And his even calling of Narayan at the time of death is like beyond Namabas, because his whole heart was calling out Narayan. So if we have not committed any Vaishnava aparad, then we can move very quickly on this path. But if Vaishnava aparad is lodging in our heart, then there's going to be a darkness constantly surrounding our consciousnesses, and we're not going to be able to connect. So if we discussed yesterday this quality of remorse or repentance. If that is there, deep repentance for my apparads in this world to date, then this is the antidote for our sinful behavior. And then very quickly, Krishna, we know ourselves, if someone does something wrong, and then they come and they apologize profusely for it, immediately, without a second thought, you'll forgive. It's just our nature. If someone is genuinely begging forgiveness for a ridiculous mistake or offense, then that person will immediately embrace that soul and forgive them. Immediately that'll happen. So similarly, Krishna is just waiting for us to become introspective enough to actually realize the sinful nature we have led previously, and to become purified of that, then to embrace a mood of repentance, like Bhaktivinoda Thakur does in Kalyana Kalpataru. This book is filled with many beautiful songs of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Akshepa, talking about repentance and for remorsefulness. So, thus ends the 7th chapter of Jivadharma, entitled Nitya Dharma and Material Existence. So we've read the footnote here by my Gurudev, which was balancing the idea of everyone becoming a grihasta. Bhaktivinoda Thakur was speaking very favorably about grihasta bhaktas in the middle of this chapter, and they're very beneficial instructions for all of us. But simultaneously, we should appreciate the exalted nature of the renounced orders, of the brahmachari, of the vanaprastha, of the sannyasi, because 3 of the orders out of 4 are celibate. That indicates that this is actually the best condition for spiritual progress. If we're in the grihasta ashram and we are indulging in any type of pleasurable acts, then it's going to be restrictive for we're going to be involved in so many material details. Just like if you have kids and this and that and the other, you have to go to schooling and dress them and feed them, and there's so many, pay all the bills, and there's so many considerations there that we have to attend to which is our dharma in that ashram. You can't miss it. You can't pretend it. You can't be a crazy man and leave your family, etc., when the family will become destitute. That's not at all recommended. You have to do your dharma in whichever ashram we're in. And if we are in that family situation and we do have family members dependent on us, we must take care of them to the best of our, just like Bhaktivinoda Thakur did. 10 children, he cared for them all, got them husbands and wives and everything, looked after their family situations, gave them direction. But in principle, Bhaktivinoda Thakur was always writing. He was always preaching. He was always teaching. He was always singing in his heart the pure conceptions of this Gaura Leela. Always that was uppermost in his mind and heart. Therefore, Yogamaya will make arrangements for everything to be reasonably simple in the material region. If we find our lives are filled with all kinds of material sufferings and darkness, then there must be something that we're doing incorrect. There must be something wrong that actually is giving that result. So we should see like that. Yogamaya is bringing everything. So I think I'll stop there. So chapter 7. So we'll begin chapter 8 tomorrow. And chapter 8 is about Vaishnava relationships mostly. What is Madhyam, what is Kanishta, and what is Uttam Bhakti. So this Jivadharma is tremendously instructive. And these first 10 chapters are clearly opening out what is Sambandha Gyan in preparation for the Dasamula section, which will come in chapter 13 up till chapter 22. then these chapters are taking us to another level of understanding what is Shuddha Bhakti. And then we have 3 chapters on Nam Tattva. We have Nam Tattva itself. Chapter 23, chapter 24 is Nam Aparad, and then chapter 25 is Nama Bas. These Nam chapters are protected in the center of the book, just like if we look at Bhagavad Gita, the Bhakti chapters, chapter 7 to chapter 12, are in the center. They're protected by Karma Kand and Gyan Kand on either side. So the Bhakti chapters are very much protected there. So these Nam chapters are also protected in this Jaiva Dhamma. And then we become somewhat eligible to hear the Rasa Tattva section, which I think we should hear. So all glories to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.